To Paul for the very latest, because Paul, are these thunderstorms still active, or are they kind of calming down? Are we seeing a lull right now?
Oh, we've got a lot of thunderstorm action out there right now and a lot of heavy rainfall, and there are just a numerous amount of warnings. But for folks that are just now joining us, of course, we're probably about 2.5 hours removed from the event, but let's step through it for folks that weren't here earlier. And exactly, you saw all the videos. What we're going to show you here is the radial velocity display. This is not your traditional radar, but this tells us the wind direction and the wind speed. Wherever you see the reds, those are winds moving away from the radar site. Green is towards. At 7:36, this was a pretty strong thunderstorm. You can tell by the rotation. Now, the rotation hadn't reached the ground yet, but this thunderstorm is very strong and very healthy. You've got some winds going away and winds going towards the radar site. Okay, so we're going to step it just one at a time. 7:42. Look at this. You can tell that the winds are a little bit stronger coming in and stronger going out. You can tell by that shade of color here. And at this point, that's when the debris in the air started to be visible, and then very much. Look at this couplet, very strong. At 7:48, the rim is right about here. And, you got the golf place here. Six Flags is like right here. I saw a video out of the Rock. And the winds were very strong. But it looks like to me that with a lot of cyclones, the winds were stronger coming in and weaker on the backside. That's why you just didn't see a whole lot of damage back here towards Six Flags. They said there was no damage there. The Rock, there was no damage, but boy, there was a lot of stuff flying in the air. But it's over here that you had the strongest winds right at the rim. And then here is I-10 crossing I-10, and it keeps going northbound. David, go ahead and hit that, and it keeps going north. And then at that point, at 8 o'clock, it's weakening. This is pretty close to Dominion, and then just continues to kind of weaken. May have come down more, the tornado may have come down briefly as it skipped across here, and then finally just totally dissipated by the time it got to around north of Fair Oaks Ranch, and then further to the north from there. But if you were just joining us, yeah, it was obvious on radar as to what happened there. Okay, if you could send me back to the top, we'll talk about what is happening right now. Audrey wanted to know what is going on out there right now. I believe the computer is loading up. I can tell you this, there's a lot of warnings, a lot of heavy rain that is still happening. Also, we've got some thunder and lightning, and we're locked up for some reason. Well, we are locked up. I'm not sure what we're going to do. I guess we'll have to go somewhere else. We just totally locked up our computer. But anyway, at least I got to show you what happened there at the rim a little bit earlier this morning.
Well, it surprised me. The last radar shot we had showed that just how widespread this rain is. It was kind of isolated in clumps earlier, but now it's spread out from far west to east of us and much farther north.
Yeah. Well. And over in Uvalde County, which we've been monitoring since early yesterday, officials there have just finished giving an update on flooding and water rescues that have happened within the past couple of hours. Yesterday, they saw over 20 rescues. They
were very busy. KENS 5's Earl Stoudemire joins us live now. Earl, what did they have to say during this conference?
Ajay Berry, Uvalde County leaders say between 8 p.m. last night to 9 this morning, 25 people have had to be rescued from the flash floods. And we are at Leona Park, right outside the Civic Center, where we just got this announcement. And we're able to just give you a look right now at the Leona River, rushing over all of these low water crossings in Uvalde. So even on Apple Maps, I'm seeing these roads are closed about 3 streets up on the maps. So it goes all the way down. And Roy, if you can pan over here to this side, you can even see across downstream all of these broken trees, debris, all of this stuff knocked over to kind of give a visual of how strong the water's been moving. So we actually even got another update as well that 9 people are getting rescued right now in northern Uvalde County off of a roof, and they are wanting us to reach back out to county officials in a little bit to get an update on the situation there, but they're saying that there's a lot of rainfall in northern Uvalde County. So with all of the road conditions, they're telling everyone to go to the Office of Emergency Management page and Uvalde PD's Facebook page for road closures, and we're going to stay on top of this here in Uvalde with more numbers and updates. But for now, reporting live, Earl Stoudemire, KENS 5.
Well, go to Hibbett's or North Face, Earl, or maybe Walmart, whatever it takes. Get yourself some dry socks. I know your feet have been wet for a while.
All right now we want to check in with Ryan Shoptaw. He's been monitoring those river levels. Wow, that river behind Earl is just rising. You can see it.
Yeah, so the Frio, the Nueces River, and also the Medina River in southern San Antonio, all seeing some level of influx of just so much rain these last 24 hours, causing problems and a cause for concern as more rain is expected. That can certainly lead to causing the problem even worse in the next couple of hours. So let's talk about what's happening on radar. You can see a lot of rain widespread anywhere from I-35 towards Kerrville, Hondo, between San Antonio. You can see a lots of heavy rain, but yeah, you know, some more flood warnings out towards southern San Antonio. But let's talk about what happened earlier this morning. Paul and David did a great job monitoring the situation, and take a look. This was sent in by Amelia Gomez. This is I-10 eastbound heading towards La Cantera, towards the rim. The first 20 seconds just showing you some of the lower level clouds, almost the scud clouds dipping down from the base of the shower and the thunderstorm. But these next few seconds, these next few frames, as it kind of shifts the vantage point, you can see the tornado starting to really spin and drop down. Also, in addition to that, the lightning, but also the power flashes from what happened earlier this morning. There were several and numerous amounts of power flashes as this tornado ripped and touched down anywhere from 1604 to the I-10 corridor between La Cantera Parkway into the rim, where we saw a lot of residual damage from the spin up and some of those 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe even more than that. We'll just have to see what the Weather Service surveys in the next coming days. So again, that's video from earlier this morning. It touched down right around 7:52 to 7:55 a.m. earlier this morning. And then probably right around 7:56, I mean, the signature was gone. It almost blinked out from correlation coefficient and some of the velocity products. But yeah, that's some of the video sent in from earlier this morning from Amelia Gomez on the I-10 area. And matter of fact, take a look at the storm reports. A lot of them have been flood reports between Bandera County, Kendall County, up towards Gillespie County. But notice there it is right there. It's not too exact, but right around I-10, 1604 is where it was reported. Power flash. Remember, on correlation coefficient, it's picking up airborne debris, and we had so much of it being picked up and reported from earlier this morning around 7:50, 7:55 a.m. Now, we talked about the river levels. Here's the latest data from the Frio River at Concan. Currently at about 10.9. It's fluctuating a little bit based on what time you look at it, but it's forecast to reach and exceed major flood stage in the next 12 to 15 hours, and that's above 15 feet, and that's going to be concerning because it's going to be up to that major flood stage. So low-lying areas, flood-prone neighborhoods, low water crossings, some of that water is going to overtake it and be a concern these next couple of hours. That's the Frio. Here's the Medina River at 281 in San Antonio. Not as severe, not as pronounced in terms of the major flood stage. Records 55.6 feet. It's at 7.1 feet, so that's to put your mind at ease. But it is forecast based on the National Weather Service's latest outlook on the river gauges to reach and peak somewhere near minor to moderate flood stage. So if you're anywhere around that region, anywhere from Elmendorf, east of Somerset, out towards parts of Wilson County, down to Floresville, that's where the river concern is, where we're just seeing so much rain coming from upstream, flowing downstream, and some of that water is going to, again, lead to a moderate flood stage through this afternoon and this evening. We'll have to watch and monitor that very, very closely, which we'll do so here on KENS 5. Currently, radar very active out towards St. Hedwig, thunder and lightning. There's downtown SA towards parts of Atascosa County, southern Bexar County. Again, this river flood warning in effect until 11 p.m. tonight, and we may have to see, we'll see if that's extended from the Weather Service in the next coming hours, and we'll have to, again, monitor that closely. Pockets of dryness, obviously, around San Antonio, but Timberwood Park, Hollywood Park, pockets of light to moderate rain, heavier downpours, and more of that red color on reflectivity towards, let's say, Ralph Fair Road, north of Helotes, northwest Bexar County. Between there, I would say Leon Springs, right towards Bernie is where the rain's the heaviest at this hour. But again, more of the flood warnings that are ongoing across northwest Bexar County. There's Bandera, parts of Medina County. I mean, there are so many different levels of either flood advisories or flood warnings that extend all the way out west. You remember, that's where a lot of the heavier rain materialized yesterday. Some of the radar estimating over a foot of rain in less than 24 hours time. So that's going to add insult to injury with more rain driving in. The low out west is just going to continue to drive in rain from south to north, aggravating the situation. Up towards Kerrville, it's more of a moderate rain based on this latest scan on radar, but the storms get a lot more organized and producing a little bit more taller heights in the atmosphere towards Bandera, Hondo, at least west towards Camp Wood. And that's again where some of the more organized storms are at currently at this hour. We're also watching this very closely. Additional, returns on radar out west down Highway 90 towards Sabinal. But the Nueces River, west of Uvalde, along with the Frio River, all seeing the same, conditions from yesterday. So much rain fell, the influx of water causing so much of that water level to increase and elevate. So that's a cause for concern these next several hours. Again, the Weather Service is watching it. We're watching it as well. But these flood warnings continue. This specific one out near, this is the Nueces River west of Uvalde, flowing down towards La Pryor through Highway 83. A lot of neighborhoods right over there north of La Pryor. So again, some of that water could cause some spilling over and problems through the lunch hour into the early afternoon. Rain estimates, take a look. This is just the bullseye location we've been talking about these last several days. Anywhere from San Antonio towards Del Rio, we knew that there were going to be pockets of very excessive rainfall amounts. And you can see that perfectly. These are the last 24 to 36 hour rain estimates. Northeast of Brackettville, between Camp Wood, especially northern Uvalde County along Highway 90 and northward of the Highway 90 corridor, even stretching into parts of Bandera County. It looks like our contour map just kind of goes off the scale. This is indicative of anywhere of a foot to 16 inches of rain, maybe even more in some localized areas along Highway, let's say 90, Texas 55, between Utopia, Camp Wood, Sabinal, Hondo, Bandera, and even some localized areas of higher amounts just west of Bernie, right? Southern and southwestern Kendall County. So that's going to be very, very concerning in the next couple of days as we watch some of that water move downstream through the Edwards Plateau. There's another look at radar. As you can see, lots of lightning up towards Johnson City. Of course, these other flood warnings, which we talked about, are river flood warnings for the Nueces, the Frio, and the Medina River, all going to be watched and monitored closely. There is again another look at radar. More organized thunderstorms north of Austin. This is sweeping radar. Lots of widespread rain over Kendall County. We're going to have to monitor that situation closely as well. Over Kerrville, more of a light to moderate rain atmosphere right now. And starting to thin out towards Sonora, Rock Springs, Del Rio, and towards Real and Edwards County as well. Let's rewind the clock back and show you some of the video of what happened earlier this morning. And there's a storm report of the tornado, but look at this. This was sent in around 7:55 to 8 a.m. To 8:05 a.m. this morning from Amelia Gomez. And again, this was shot on her phone earlier this morning, I-10 eastbound. And there's some of those darker, ominous clouds, right, just north of the rim. And as Amelia moved down I-10 towards La Cantera, she picked up this right here. This is incredible. This is the tornado spinning up and touching down, traffic building up. And if you notice very closely, some flashes of light because of the lightning, but more so because of the power outages and the power flashes from nearby neighborhoods from I-10, 1604, Chavano Park, farther north towards the rim. That's where the debris was picked up as it flown into the air, went airborne. And again, that is live. That was footage from earlier this morning, around 7:52 to 7:55 of the tornado touching down. And it's incredible. You see it kind of jump from spot to spot. There's, I believe, Nordstrom. That's part of La Cantera, or at least that's part of the rim, at least I should say. But again, still a tornado touching down confirmed earlier this morning. This was around 7:52, 7:55 a.m. this morning. This was I-10 eastbound lanes looking directly at the rim around the 8 o'clock hour. And there's the tornado report right there. So additional reports are more so flood related in parts of Kendall County, I-35 towards parts of Guadalupe and Comal County, Bandera County, a few flood reports. This is updated, second by second, minute by minute, by the way. So most of it has been flood related. High water, ponding and street flooding have been the largest concerns. But as you saw this morning and saw with that footage, right, that was a tornado, and that was the biggest concern, causing debris debris being flown in the air and wind damage across northwest Bexar County and towards the rim. Coming up, we'll talk more about these river levels. We'll have more updates on that as well, and another look at some of the footage on some of the tornado in northwest Bexar County. But yeah, still a lot of rain out there, guys. More rain could aggravate the situation, so we're going to watch this very closely in the coming hours.
Yeah, monster of a weather event there spreading across our area. Right now, we want to get back to Sue Kalberg there at the rim. She's outside the Palladium, one area that saw a ton of damage, Sue.
Hey, earlier we were at the apartment complex that got wrecked. Now we are in a situation where art is definitely imitating life, because at the Palladium, I'm just going to draw your attention to the roof of that porch area. That roof used to look nothing like that. You can see that there are pieces and parts of the building dangling from the porch area. Then if you look down on ground level, you can see that what used to be up there on the top, what used to be the roof level, is now down on the sidewalk. Now, just moments ago, there was a management team on site out here assessing the damage, taking pictures. They were all on their phones. So repair work and plans to repair and restore are already underway. There have been workers with push brooms already beginning to take care of the debris. And then in this parking lot, for the last, what are we, at the 2 hour, almost 3 hour mark, everybody has been hard at work already. You can see, look, people have already started to pile up the debris that got left behind. There are trees down still everywhere on this entire complex. The service personnel have already shown up, the landscapers, the private contractors, city government is here. We have seen numerous 18-wheeler type belly loading trucks that are going to be hauling away the debris. They're already doing it. Hundreds, literally hundreds of people working on the recovery effort. Chainsaws and blowers are going to be the soundtrack of our lives. I have one final thing I want to show you before we go away. When I got here a couple of hours ago and drove through the parking lot here, many of these cars have already been removed, kind of indicating that the recovery effort is underway. But there were plenty of cars here in the parking lot that had busted windshields, busted windows, and I don't know exactly what happened to this car, but there was big debris, big trees uprooted, big things that were happening as this storm passed through here earlier today. But the bottom line is that the fire department says nobody was injured here. Good news, and we'll hope it continues, because about 30 seconds ago we had a big lightning flash over there. It took 10 seconds for the sound to get to us here. So the bad weather continues, and we just all need to be careful and take care of one another. And when thunder roars, go indoors. That's what Bill Taylor says. That's what we need to do. Back to you.
To get there.
Yeah, definitely. When thunder roars, go indoors.
I love Bill Taylor.
We love Bill Taylor. We love Paul Morales.
He's not the only one that says that.
Paul, what's the latest?
He did not coin that phrase.
Are you trying to steal his thunder?
No. No, I don't need to do that. You know, Bill's great. But anyway, all right, let's take a look. This is what's going on out there right now. Lots of rainfall. Matter of fact, you can see all the counties that have rain, and we've got the warnings for a lot of counties as well. And you can see what's going on with a lot of lightning strikes here. Okay, the heaviest rainfall is across northern Medina County, into Bandera County, and into Kendall County. Also back over here to the east in, let's say, Guadalupe County, even northern Bexar County, we've got some rainfall. And as we take a look at this over the next, let's say, 4 or 5 hours, this is going to gradually weaken, but it's going to take a while. And I'll be honest, the HRRR is usually a great model, but not doing that great of a job, to be honest with you. All right, so let's take a look at some of these. Well, first of all, we need to go from max 2 to max 1, and I am not sure we can do that, because what you're seeing here is you're seeing Ryan working on the computers, and it would be great if we could go to the other one, to max 1. I'm not sure if we can do that. Okay, this is max 2, I believe. I don't know what computer he's on. But anyway, so we've got the lightning strikes and a lot of rain showing up out there. Okay, so the San Antonio tornado we had earlier this morning. It was about 7:55. This is, of course, coming in, Amelia Gomez. She sent this video in. This is the same one that Ryan was showing you earlier. And you can see that tornado, and great footage coming in from a lot of different folks here. And, you know, in this day and age, it's amazing to see all these different vantage points of the same tornado. And again, this is looking eastbound on 1604 towards I-10. And the tornado touched down just south of 1604, just to the west of I-10 on that southwest corner there. And then it went right across 1604 and right across over towards I-10, and then eventually at the rim. Okay, so this is what I want to show you. We've got the warnings all over the place. I mean, it's kind of hard to, there's so many warnings, it's hard to tell you when any of these warnings really expire. There's just so many of them. And you've got the flash flood watch that is in effect from around I-35 and then back towards the west there. If we can do, but anyway, the tornado. So the threat for the next couple of days, or the next couple of hours, is going to be heavy rainfall. Okay, so we've got all these warnings, different expiring times, and we've got the flash flood watch that is in effect. Now, this is really interesting and really cool, I think. We've got easterly or east to west winds here at the lower levels. We've got west to east here in just a broad circulation. At the same time, you're just being fed all kinds of moisture. And so this is going to be a long time to decrease in activity. And then I think overnight with this broad circulation, we're going to have to really watch very closely in the hill country overnight for more redevelopment. And we could have a real issue overnight. If you're watching right now from the hill country, anywhere in this zone especially, yeah, have a way that you can get warnings. Have a way that you know to be alerted, because it could be really serious overnight. Well, we want to thank you for being with us, and we'll send it back to regular programming.
We're on the chopper.
Good morning. Thanks for staying with us on KENS 5 Plus this morning.
Yeah, we've been following this major weather event that's covered a majority of our viewing area. Right now, we want to head back to Uvalde County, where Bella Papaduke joins us from Highway 83 South there in Uvalde. Bella, what are you seeing?
Audrey, we just watched a chopper land on Highway 83 going north. That's why the camera zoomed in right now. We're trying to give you that view of the chopper that just landed on the road. We're not 100% sure why it landed over there. It might be for to help with a potential rescue. That portion of the road is closed right now, and it's been closed for about the last 3 or 4 hours since we've been out here. Again, this is going north on Highway 83. There's been a lot of water coming up on the side of the highway, and there's also another road that we're by over on this side of me, Farm Road 2690, that was completely flooded over and closed earlier today. It has reopened, officials have said, but of course drive safe if you're driving through any amount of water. So if you are coming out this way at all today, Highway 83 has seen a lot of flooding and a lot of water. Be safe, and we'll be sure to keep you updated as the road reopens or as we learn more about what's happening down over there. Reporting live, Bella Papaduke, KENS 5.
Bella, we appreciate it. Want to go now to Earl Stoudemire, who's in Sabinal, where we've been watching the river rise there all morning.
Yeah, he heard an update from Uvalde County officials about some of the rescues that have been happening there since yesterday. Earl, tell us again how many have been going on. And I know earlier you were checking on a possibility of people being rescued from the top of a roof.
Good morning, Audrey. So with us here at Leona Park now in Uvalde, you're able to get a good look at what first responders are dealing with, because between 8 p.m. last night to 9 this morning, Uvalde County officials say that they've had to rescue 25 people from fast-moving water. So this is the Leona River, and there's a sidewalk. It goes further down through the middle of the city, and people, they can easily get swept up in this current if you go further downstream. So we did check in on Uvalde PD's Facebook page for the updates on the 9 people supposed to be getting rescued right now in northern Uvalde County, and they haven't given us an update. We did reach out to get more information as well, so we're waiting. Whenever we get those answers, I'll be sure to let everyone know what's going on. But also, I just want everyone to take a look at all of the debris over here on this side of the park. We have all of these branches all colliding together with debris, twigs, mud. It's all sticking together. So it just kind of gives everyone a reference of how high the water got, because there's these branches, and I'm 6'4". This is right up to my face. So from last night to this morning and the flash flood warning that we have, this just shows you as an example for the conditions we're dealing with, and everyone needs to take caution on the roads. And if you need to go to higher ground, let this be an example. But we'll go ahead and turn it back to you. When we have updates, we'll be sure to let everyone know.
All right, thank you. It kind of gives you an idea. They've had more than a foot of rain in that area over the past, 48 hours or so. So that water is going to continue to flow down.
Oh, yeah. And they said over 24 rescues have happened in that area. And as we were hearing from Earl, you could hear the sirens still going off. So we can only assume there are other, situations going on in town. We don't know exactly what, but with that water, you never know.
Yeah, and this same system that spawned a tornado that touched down here in San Antonio earlier today. It actually hit about 7:45, 7:50 this morning. We have great video from it. A lot of viewers have sent in video who watched the thing as it hit.
And actually, an apartment complex here in San Antonio on UTSA Boulevard was hit, Oasis Apartments. Right now, we want to go live to Andrew Moore, who is there talking to some folks. Andrew.
Yeah, I'm here with Bria Escobar, who was here when this thing actually came through the area. You could actually hear what was going on outside. Kind of explain what you were hearing and seeing as this thing came through.
So I was hearing definitely really strong winds and enough to wake me up, and I'm a deep sleeper. The chairs were flying, and these are pretty heavy chairs that outside furniture is pretty heavy, and they were flying. It looked like they were like skipping in the air. and I just was staring at my window in awe, and I thought about everything on my balcony, and I just ran outside to go see if that was flying too, because I mean, furniture was flying in the air. I thought the winds were extremely strong because like everything was rattling and kind of shaking.
How frightening was that?
For me, I kind of get excited, but I could see how it's pretty frightening. I was like just in awe staring out my window.
And now, a couple hours later, so you still have no water, no electricity?
Right, no electricity, no water. I mean, I think the apartments do have some backup generators here, so we are seeing some light, but I was not able to flush my toilet.
And then what was it like coming out and seeing all of this, everything messed up, the carport here? We're gonna actually get a shot of that carport. This is just part of what this looks like out here. You can see the panels that were on top of the carport were just flown everywhere.
Trash cans are all the way over here in chairs.
And if we can get a wide shot of, I guess everything kind of ended up next to this fence over here. We have all of this debris next to the fence. And so some chairs did go flying. So you said there were chairs out here?
Chairs flying, and I thought it was, you know, just a few chairs, but once I stepped outside, I did see it was a lot worse. So my excitement just went away when I saw, oh wow, like roofs are gone, cars are ruined, trees are split in half, and yeah, everything is kind of just a mess, and I didn't think it was that bad.
And then meanwhile, San Antonio, the city of San Antonio is trying to clean up out here. We're going to move over to show you some of that if we can. They've got a truck out here that is trying to clear up the debris. We also saw out here a large part of the roof on, we believe, Building A has been taken out. So authorities are out here probably trying to get the water back. We did see SAWS personnel on site. They're trying to help with the water. There's a lot of security personnel out here. And we are still trying to reach in and talk to them and find out how.
Wow, what a report. Thank you so much, Andrew. Great report there. And it looks like that's just south of 1604, the Oasis, right next to UTSA. And looking at all the videos and also looking at the radio velocity display on the radar, I think that's pretty close to where this tornado first touched down, right there at the Oasis Apartments. Okay, we still have a KENS 5 weather impact alert all the way through tomorrow evening. That's when the flood watch goes to. And I still think we're going to see multiple rounds of heavy rain. Rainfall amount still could be over 5 inches, maybe even isolated 10 is still possible, I think, especially overnight tonight. So you definitely want to stay weather aware, no doubt about that. So again, KENS 5 weather impact alert. We've got a flash flood watch for a large area that's all the way through Thursday evening. And look at all of these warnings where you see this bright green. Those are all individual flood warnings. So it's kind of a rare day where we have such a large amount of real estate with flood warnings in effect, especially out here, these warnings here. And you know, we saw Bella with all the water just everywhere. You know, it's one of those days you just don't want to experiment. You know, you're like, hey, I've been through this low water crossing many times. I can make it. This is not the time to do that. Definitely not. And it looks like this situation is going to slowly perhaps get better, but it's going to be a long process before that happens. And then overnight tonight, I think we could see some more heavy rainfall. All right, let's walk through this. This is the radial velocity display, and the radial velocity display shows the couplet. Well, it's out of view now. After a certain amount of time, you kind of lose it. But anyway, had a great couplet of winds going out and winds coming to on that radial velocity, and it started right here. This is I-10 and then 1604, and then it moved right up in here, and this is what was left. There wasn't much left by the time we got to Fair Oaks Ranch, but a very strong couplet right in through here. And of course, you've seen all the video of the tornado touching down. So it touched down just south of 1604 and then lifted somewhere between the rim and the Dominion, and then continued to move off to the north. All right, look at all these warnings, just a lot of warnings. Most of Bexar County with flood warnings in effect, Guadalupe County, all through the eastern portions of the hill country, and a lot of the hill country, especially north of 90, with flood warnings right now. Let's take a look at the radar. Here's what's happening. You can see the lightning strikes here. Kendall County, eastern portions of Bandera County with lightning strikes. Also near Comal County, we've got a lot of lightning and thunder, and a broad area of low pressure that's centered somewhere north of Junction. And so we still have a lot of moisture coming into this weak area of low pressure, broad area of low pressure, I should say, and notice a few more lightning strikes. So this is going to be slow to evolve and slow to weaken. So for at least the next couple of hours, let's say from around Atascosa County right into Bexar County, we could continue to see training rains, and that's why we have so many flood warnings out there as we head into the early afternoon. Right now, the heaviest rainfall in Bexar County is across the southern part of the county. Also still raining very heavy up around Bernie, also eastern portions of Bandera around Pipe Creek, and raining pretty good right now between New Braunfels and also Seguin. And we just continue to see these thunderstorms. This is a loop over 6 hours. Just kind of, I wanted to show you how this has been evolving and how these thunderstorms now are kind of rotating around a weak area of low pressure somewhere there north of Junction. And also to the south and east, we've got a lot of rain and more thunderstorms developing. So we've got a real rain-making machine going on. There is no doubt about that. And I don't think it's going to let up anytime soon. You notice here on the display how many areas are seeing just rain. I mean, all the way from Hondo right through the eastern hill country, right through the eastern, or the I-35 corridor, I should say. The heaviest, very heavy, I kind of shifted the radar display from regular radar to rainfall rates. The very heaviest rain right now is just north of I-10, right around the Bernie area, and also just west of Bernie back to eastern portions of Bandera County, raining very heavy. And this will continue. And of course, you've got a flood warning in effect for Kendall County with that rain just continuing to train. All right, over the last 24 hours, we've picked up anywhere from a foot to about 14 inches of rain here in Uvalde County. And you've seen the reports from Earl and also Bella of all kinds of water just everywhere. And the rivers are starting to rise as well. And we're starting to see some problems on some of these rivers. And you'd figure that with that much rainfall. And we've also around Bernie in the last 24 hours, about 8.5 inches. And we've seen anywhere from 4 to 6 inches of rain across the northern portions of Bexar County here over the last 24 hours. This is a look at the last 6 hours right in through here, and that's why we're seeing some of that aggravating flooding going on across northeastern Kinney County, northern portions of Uvalde County. We did earlier this morning, we had a tornado warning for a system here that came out of Frio County and into southern portions of Medina County, put down a lot of rainfall there. And then you've got just this morning bullseye of about 5 inches over around Bernie. So just a lot of rainfall out there. Here's what I think is going to happen as we head through the rest of the day. And I'm using the graph model. I think this one has had the best grasp of what is going on. Okay, over the next couple of hours through 2 o'clock, it's just going to be a slow, evolving kind of a unwind of this rainfall, but it's still going to be raining heavy in some sections. And that's why some of these warnings, they go for so long right into the afternoon. This is going to be slow to wind down. Finally, I think by the time we get to late afternoon, a lot of this will dissipate. But here we go again. We've got that broad area of low pressure. Once the atmosphere decouples, we're going to have moisture and coming right back in, and there will be some areas of some very heavy rainfall. Let me show you. This is probably a better look at it right here. Let's see if I can rewind. Okay, this is a better look. Overnight, tonight, there is going to be an area. It's going to be hard to say, you know, not necessarily western Kerr County into Real County, back into Uvalde County, but if I was at home and watching me right now, and I lived anywhere in this area right here, I would have a way to get warnings overnight, because if we have more thunderstorms that develop on top of the rain that we've already received, we could have some very big problems, and it's kind of hard to pinpoint, but anywhere in the hill country here, definitely want to have a way to get warnings, because tomorrow morning, early in the morning, could be some real issues. And then as we head into tomorrow, probably not as widespread, but I'm expecting some thunderstorms, and it's kind of hard to say. There might be an area or two that will have training rain over and over again. So not quite out of the woods, but as we head into Friday, then we start seeing things vastly improved by the time we get to Friday and it starts warming up. So we still have a high risk, and it's not too often they put out a high risk, but a high risk for excessive rainfall from Kerrville to around Hondo and then back to the west. We've got a moderate risk here and a slight risk down to the south and east. Rainfall potential, this is just the graph model, but here's the problem. There's some pockets in here, and it's kind of hard to say exactly, but there are some pockets that from here all the way through, let's say 9 a.m. Thursday, you could pick up another 5 to 10 inches of rain. Okay, for today, high temperature around 82. Doubt we see much sunshine. 80% chance of seeing some rainfall. And then your 14-day, today and tomorrow, KENS 5 weather impact alert. And then it gets a lot better as we head into the weekend, 92 to 93. And then next week, temperatures will be in the mid-90s. And with a wet April, a wet May, a wet June, and now a wet July, this is my opinion. I think that pretty much ensures for the rest of the month of July, high temperatures will be near normal or maybe even a little bit below, probably close to normal. We're not going to break any records, probably all the way through mid-August, and no 100-degree temperatures, probably all the way through mid-August. I know that's bold, but that's the way it looks to me. So that's the good byproduct of all this rainfall that we've seen, and I think we'll continue to see these lakes rising, and hopefully we'll start to fill Medina and Canyon Lake as well.
10.2%, I think now, but here's one of the bad things that came along with the storms, as well as that tornado this morning. That's the current powder outage map from CPS Energy. They're reporting about 40 outages, and more than 3,400 people right now still do not have power after those storms rolled through this morning.
Absolutely, and that's going to take quite a bit of time to get them back up and running, but crews are all over that area. A lot of people without water as well. So Andrew Moore said he saw saws out there, and Sue Kalberg was telling us over at the Rim they had some water issues with all that heavy wind, kind of broke some things up. But want to get to some video from that tornado activity. This first video is there at the Rim at La Cantera. And the rim is just damaged with debris from trees from that heavy wind that they saw, that strong wind, excuse me, and that was there at the Stoneworks and that apartment complex that is being constructed. They did have some damage there, but they said not really many people were living there.
Well, it's the Tribute, I think is what Sue said, the Tribute apartment complex. We saw damage there. The fire department went in through the roof, so part of the roof is torn off of it. Saw some damage at the Palladium Theater, and of course we had the main damage over there at the Oasis Apartments. There you see the damage to the Palladium, and if you looked up, well, we've already zoomed in on that already, but all that debris right there came from the underneath side of the ceiling of the portico that sticks out over the, exactly, out over the front of the theater. That all just was blown loose during the storm too. And the video of the tornado, what we saw, we thought was roofs flying around in that tornado. It had to be the tops of those carports over at the Oasis Apartments, those big strips of metal that were flying through there.
It absolutely could have been, but we also saw the Outdoor World had some of its roofing that was ripped off. Sue Kalberg showed us those images. And today, Santikos tells us the Palladium there at the Rim will be closed as a result of that tornado that touched down. And this is just incredible video of flood water in Bernie. This is on 46 and Herf Road. We're told one person was safely removed from that area. They got caught up in that water. You really have to turn around and not even take a chance.
I just drove through that area 2 days ago. That water right there at Herf and 46, looking at those stoplights and everything, that water's got to be, gosh, 6 feet deep or so, I would think.
You would think so, and you can see it churning there. Really dangerous if you get caught up in that. Don't do that. Don't pull first responders in there. That's a really dangerous situation for everyone involved.
All right, we're going to go back out now to, I think, did you say, Molly, we were going to Earl? Earl is in Uvalde, where they had quite a bit of water start to come in through the park there, ran through the creek down into the park in Uvalde as well.
Memorial Park is where we find Earl Stoudemire. And Earl, earlier today you got an update from first responders about just how many high water rescues that they've seen. Tell us more about that.
Ajay Berry, last night from 8 p.m. to this morning 9 a.m. Uvalde County officials say that they've had to do 25 rescues, and the number's going up because they said at the 10 a.m. conference that 9 people were getting rescued off of a roof. So that is in northern Uvalde County, and we're also just trying to stay up to date on what they're giving us for what's happening in that situation. But I'll give you a look right now here at Uvalde Memorial Park, because this is the Leona River, and the water, it is rushing downstream. There is a sidewalk actually getting covered up by all of this water and the strong current moving, and we have a lot of power in the current, and you can just see over here on this other side all of the branches and debris knocking over, clashing with the other trees. So it just shows you how powerful that the water's been, and also how high it got last night, because you can even see some of the debris high up in the branches as well. And Roy, can you point over here just as another example? So we have this disc frisbee golf goal all knocked out. Like, this is a whole chunk of cement just knocked out of the ground. So all of these examples of what everyone has been going through here in Uvalde County. So officials have told us that there's not going to be another press conference for those updates, because they want to just work and keep everyone safe out on the roads and also in their homes. But we are keeping an eye out, reaching out to the PIOs, checking the Facebook pages for any updates that we can pass on to you at home. But Audrey, Barry, I'll go ahead and turn it back to you.
Just how strong that current was, too. It pulled that Frisbee golf basket out of the ground with the cement base and everything in it. So that water was moving through there.
Yeah, it's receded a bit, but Paul was saying just a minute ago it could go back up maybe five more inches we could see overnight. So definitely this is not over. This is something we're going to be monitoring all day and well into the evening.
Well, and we talked with Brett Rimkus earlier out at Garner State Park. He was saying the water there wasn't expected to crest for another 6-8 feet or whatever, you know. So it's going to get higher as it all runs down out of the mountains anyway. Want to take a look at some more video that viewers sent in to us over the past 3 or 4 hours. This is inside Natural Bridge Caverns. Some of the rainwater and all just filling in through the caverns this morning. Kind of a rare phenomenon that the water filling the pools, nearly running over the trails. That cave's still open to the public, though, especially they built a new trail that runs through there.
Oh, wow, I'm surprised they haven't closed it with all the rain we're getting, but officials say this is the second similar event this year. Before that, it had been 10 years since they've seen the water flowing like that into those caverns. So that just gives you an idea of how much rain we're seeing with this event.
Yeah, and this was video shot by Stuart Edmonds, one of our viewers. Caught that tornado as it touched down this morning. Again, it hit over by UTSA, we believe is the first place it really spun up and touched down at UTSA, hit the Oasis apartments there, did quite a bit of damage. We saw from Andrew Moore a while ago. We're going to hear from him in just a few minutes. But if you look, too, you can see there was a pretty good chunk of debris flying around in that tornado as it moved across 1604 and I-10.
Yeah, a lot of flashes there. This is video that was captured by KENS 5's David Lynch. This is at there outside the Six Flags Fiesta Texas, near the Rock at La Cantera.
Yeah,
at
Gun Family
Park. Yeah. You could see the trees just ripped out. That was one of the areas where they were seeing the tornado, some straight line winds possibly. So we also spoke to someone at Six Flags Fiesta Texas who said they didn't see any damage, officials there, but they were going to close the park today just to be on the safe side.
Well, sure, they have to go in and inspect all those rides. You can see some of the debris field lying in there as well. Six Flags is just on the back side of that. And there's the official statement from Six Flags that due to the severe storms in the area that interrupted the park's power supply, Six Flags Fiesta Texas and Hurricane Harbor San Antonio will remain closed today, July 15th, 2026. Not surprising.
Yeah, and Ryan, this is still going on in our area. There's still a huge amount of watches and warnings that you guys are monitoring.
Yeah, especially towards Bernie. I mean, southern parts of Kendall County, we're seeing even more rain deposit over parts of the hill country where you guys showed incredible video of Highway 46, I believe, around the Bernie area, southern Kendall County, extending into parts of Bandera County. I mean, a lot of it's underwater, and there's just so much rain moving through, and we have lots of training thunderstorms causing more problems out there. Now you can see that the radar picture looks a little different from earlier this morning. We had some, overnight cooling that helped produce more widespread rain. Now it's becoming a little bit more focused, right? You're seeing more bands of heavy rain, but where those bands of heavy rain set up, they move over the same area hour after hour. And that's exactly what Bernie is seeing right now. I mean, incredible footage is coming out of Bernie, which, by the way, we'll show you more of that later in the newscast and through the next couple of hours through KENS 5 News at noon and on social as well. But again, here's radar, not as busy farther south, but lots of water moving from up to downstream in the Nueces, the Frio, out towards the Sabinal, parts of the Medina River, also underneath some level of a flood warning from the Weather Service. So as you can see, it's pretty active out there this morning, and it's going to at least continue to be like this for the next 3 to 5 hours. I mean, just kind of on and off rain, rounds of downpours, and some of that could be flood-provoking thunderstorms, especially as we zoom in. So this is the area to watch, right? So we have additional, matter of fact, flood warnings for all of Kendall County. This particular one that's being picked up, that's Bandera County. Just north of Hondo, north of Highway 90. But what we're watching very closely is Kendall County, because that video that came out from Bernie just 5, 10, 15 minutes ago just shows roadways, streets being overtaken by such fast-moving water. And that's the power of water. I mean, when you get a storm, that can provide 2 to 3 to 4 inches of rain per hour. And not just that, but dropping rain over the same location. That is going to be aggravating already the rain that fell yesterday, the last couple of days. So the ground's already wet, it's saturated, so the rain has nowhere to go. It's runoff, and it provides even more of a concern as these bands of rain, which, by the way, I mean, you can see a lightning tracker is on. There's just so much of that moving in from the southwest, moving northeast, and that's a problem because there's already flooding there. And again, it's going to aggravate the situation, cause a problem, add insult to injury. So we're watching Kendall County right now very closely between Bandera, Bernie, northwest, far northwest, Bexar County, most of Kendall County, and even in towards Comal and parts of Bexar County, underneath a flood warning at least until this evening, right? I mean, it's going to be a problem between Bandera, northern Medina County, and then you can see, which, by the way, we'll zoom into more of San Antonio in a little bit, but right now at this very hour, if you're joining us, yeah, it's Bernie and southern Kendall County, eastern Bandera County that is just getting buckets of rain hour by hour, and just incredible footage coming out of Bernie from Highway 46 of just so much accumulating rainfall. And we'll show you that on rain estimates in just a second. Let's talk about this right here. We have the rain estimates. So Camp Wood, Bracketville, Uvalde, Highway 83, anywhere that's between, I would say that, dark, blue color towards the black and white contours. I mean, this is indicating anywhere from a foot to upwards of 15 inches of rainfall in about 24 hours time. I mean, no one needs that kind of rain that fast. And this is where we're seeing all those river flood warnings, so much influx of rain just falling down and then moving downstream, and as a result creating almost a wall of water, which right now the Weather Service, NOAA, is monitoring all these river gauges just for the potential at seeing more rain, and even some major flood stages may be achieved by later this afternoon, this evening, which we'll show you the latest data on in just a second. But there's Bernie, right? So here's Highway 46, which I'm going to step off camera and show you some of the radar estimates, because that's where we're seeing a lot of the flooding that's happened currently. I mean, it's been shifting anywhere from Uvalde, from Hondo, parts of Highway 90 yesterday. Now it's shifting a little bit farther north as more rain continues to fall and deposit in this part of Bandera, Kendall, Kerr County, northwest Bexar County. So I'm going to just fix up the camera angle, and then I'm actually going to sample some of this data. And keep in mind, these are radar estimated. So some localized areas may see a little bit less or a little bit more from what you're seeing. And look at these staggering amounts of rainfall. These are, I believe, 24-hour rain estimates. And the radar is picking up on anywhere from 9 to 12.5 inches of rain. That is in parts of I-10, southwestern Kendall County, south of Comfort, between Bandera. I mean, this is a heavy swath of rainfall that's indicating just a huge, staggering amount of rainfall between Highway 46, parts of I-10 into Bandera County. And again, we've saw incredible footage these last hour, half an hour time, that there's just so much high water building up on Highway 46. I mean, this is a problem because with more rain moving in, you saw on radar, this is going to add into the rain totals. And this is just not where the storms need to set up, but they are driving through at this very hour. So again, Timberwood Park, anywhere between there, Bernie, especially Highway Texas 46, right around this area is where we're seeing, and a lot of footage is confirming this, by the way, a lot of the high water accumulating on the roadways, and that's causing problems very, very quickly. Impassable roads, things like that. Here are some of the storm reports, which I'll fix the camera angle on. We had a tornado report. The one that you're seeing near Alamo Heights was, I believe, from last night around the 7 and 8 o'clock hour. It was brief. It was a brief spin up. But the one from this morning around 7:52 a.m., this was right on I-10 and 1604. And then right now we're seeing more of the concern for flooding across the region, at least a lot of the flood reports. So here's the Sabinal River. From about 5 minutes ago, we updated this, and it's currently at about 16.4 feet. It is forecast, based on the Weather Service's latest outlook, forecast to reach major flood stage through tonight and tomorrow morning. That is a problem with folks that live, if not around the Sabinal River, because all that water is flowing downstream, and you don't see it very often to reach major flood stage. You'll see it in these kind of weather events, but the fact that it's reaching and cresting above 24 feet, or by the way, for this particular part of the Sabinal, is the record's 40 feet, but we're near about 24 to 28 feet, I believe, by later this evening. Of course, by this afternoon, some of this model data and the outlook will change a little bit, but 16.4 feet on the latest reading on the Sabinal. Frio River at Concan, currently at 10.9 as of like the last 5 to 10 minutes, and then it's forecast to reach major flood stage as well. Record is 34.4 feet. Somewhere between 15 and 25 feet is where it's forecasted to crest later this afternoon, this evening, into early tomorrow morning. Just depends on how fast that water is moving. One more look at the Medina River at 281, so closer to home, 7.1 feet. This one's probably the less severe at the moment, but of course this could change with more aggravating showers and thunderstorms moving through. The Medina River at 281 in San Antonio, 7.1, forecast to reach somewhere near the moderate flood stage through tonight and tomorrow morning, but no major concerns for the Medina River at 281, not just yet. So this is from this morning. This is on the other side of severe weather, right? We have flooding, and then we also have spin-up tornadoes. This was sent in by Amelia Gomez around the 8:30 hour from what she saw on I-10, and the frames are updating slowly, so we might have to refresh that. So right about here, and the first few frames you'll see is mostly just kind of the darker, ominous scud clouds that look dangerous, but at first, no, they're not, but it's just indicating how volatile this thunderstorm was in the early parts of the morning. But look what happens as it changes vantage points. She looks down I-10 towards La Cantera, toward the rim. A lot of traffic built up, but also you can see the tornado spinning up and almost pretty much touching down between I-10 and 1604. And this was basically right between La Cantera Parkway and then moving towards the rim, where, by the way, a lot of the reports we're seeing from damage from earlier this morning between 7:45 a.m. to about 8:30 a.m. is really mostly at the rim. Of course, we're continuing to survey the data, and you saw on some of those power flashes just how strong that tornado was. Probably anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour on those wind gusts. So again, these are the storm reports. A lot of them have been flood related, but that's the tornado report from earlier this morning around 7:53 a.m. We're going to watch this atmosphere very closely, because through tonight, additional pockets of heavy rain. This is the graph model. Through pre-dawn tomorrow, we may see additional flooding rains and training thunderstorms, primarily focused anywhere from the hill country, from Bandera County out towards Val Verde County. It's not going to be a widespread threat around, like, South Central Texas, but I think the focus does shift a little bit farther west through at least tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. By this time tomorrow, we'll see a little bit more breaks to the sky with temperatures cooling down a little bit more. So again, a flooding concern tonight, guys, into tomorrow morning, and that's just not what we need. This could aggravate the situation even more, especially in most parts of the hill country.
All right, thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, we've got your back with all that coverage, so definitely keep it right here. But right now we're learning about fast-moving water, which has caused a closure of River Road there in Bernie.
Yeah, joining us on the phone now is Dr. Miguel Atala. And Doc, we saw the water is there at 46 and Herf Road. That's got to be from Cibolo Creek, I would assume.
That's correct.
Give us an idea of what you've seen there.
So when we first noticed that we were going to have to, close down the office and get out of here, it went up pretty fast where the bridge at 46 and Herf, that was definitely not closing. But then we saw the water start to come over. So before we can actually leave, everywhere on the river started to get underwater. I tried a few ways to get out of here, but if you didn't have a big truck, there was no way I was going to go through those water crossings. So we came back. We were just watching the water rise, and it happened pretty quick. And the next thing you know, we see a car just kind of floating. And I was like, what in the? So I ran in that direction, and a guy from the gym next door to us ran that direction. And he got pretty close and was kind of screaming at her to get out, because at that point, she probably could have got to him pretty easy. But she just kept going and floating. So we kept running along just to make sure, and we can see her in the car. And then the gentleman was able to flag down the police, and that's when they made the call to try to do the water rescue.
Were they able to get to her? Were you able to watch from your vantage point?
I can go right now and see, but at that point, we saw her on top of the car, and let's see, and you can see, I can still see the lights of the car. It got wedged before it dropped off into the Bernie City Park where the Cibolo Creek drops into. And I cannot tell from here, but I don't see those fluorescent rescue jackets that they had on before. So hopefully they got to her, but I can't confirm it.
How long ago was this, Doc?
This was probably about an hour ago. And so it took them a while to get here. And then we saw some water rescue come across our parking lot. And we're kind of up on a ledge. I can see a sign that the power lines are probably 4 or 5 foot from the water. That's how high it is. And our office, the Iraqi office, is about further down the parking lot, and it's on a ledge. And so from there, it's about 6 inches from us. So the water is definitely not just high, but it's spreading out. I mean, our entryway to the parking lot looks more like a boat ramp.
So
well, I would think that water's got to be, if it's 4 feet from those power lines, it's got to be a good, 10, 12 feet deep, isn't it? Right there at the intersection?
Yeah, it's floating pretty good. It's up to, it hasn't submerged, but the walk and don't walk signs, it's up to that, at that intersection.
So you and your office, are y'all just hunkering down there since you are a little bit higher, or are you going to have to flag down some?
We're hunkering down. We're pretty high. We've moved our cars even higher, but we're pretty safe. The only issue is if it keeps rising, I still think we'll be fine, but it may get into there's an Anytime Fitness here right next to us. The last time it flooded like this was 2014. Wow. But I feel like this is worse.
Yeah. Give us a little better idea, if you don't mind, Doc, where is your office located?
I can see the intersection. We're on River Road, which looks like a river. So I can see the intersection, the blinking lights, and excuse me, it's hard to measure out about 500 feet from that intersection. We're right there. This is the way I come to work every day.
Now, Ryan had just told us we can expect somewhere probably around a foot of rain today and tomorrow through this time tomorrow. Is it still raining there now?
It's raining pretty hard right now.
Oh. But you guys are in good shape. You're not going to...
We're in good shape. We have snacks at the office and water, so that part's okay. My assistant, he's down in at the rim, so they had a tornado warning, so he didn't. I told him don't bother coming in. So I came in and started calling patients and said, look, I'm here, but if you can't get here, don't even try, because it's going to get worse. And it got worse quicker than I expected. I expected to be able to just go back home, but the river rose, it's actually a creek that looks like a river. It rose pretty quick.
And you're not able to go out Herf Road to Main Street, or not? Yeah, to Main Street there.
No, none of the the exits that I tried are passable. This was like an hour and a half ago. And if you didn't have a big truck, I didn't want to try it, but now nothing can get past.
Wow.
So
let us know, if that river continues to rise, you guys are going to, I'm assuming, have to flag down some of those rescue workers to kind of take you to even a higher area.
Yeah, we have even a little bit higher above us that we can still go to. So yeah, I think we're pretty safe where we're at. It's just, if it keeps coming higher, because all this water down the creek is also coming from Bernie Lake. And I think that's why it rose so fast.
Well, because it rained so much in the hill country, now it's filling up Bernie Lake and then running down into Cibolo Creek.
They said it was over 100% full. So once it starts draining down that path, it just works its way down to us. And I think that's why it just rose so fast.
Well, and that is such a heavily traveled area. River Road right there really is it's the artery to go from Bernie to anywhere east on 46.
Yep, that's correct.
All right. Dr. Atala, we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. Be safe.
Sure
Wish
thing.
the best for you and your staff.
Yeah, we'll check in on
appreciate it.
y'all, definitely.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
All right, and we're going to continue our weather coverage, headed back to Uvalde there on Highway 83 South. That's where Bella Papaduke is. We're checking back in with her. Bella, last we checked with you, there was a helicopter behind you doing some sort of rescue. Have you gotten any other information?
Audrey, we haven't got any more information about that specific rescue, but just moments ago, another chopper flew by us, as well as 3 cars speeding with rescue boats behind them. So I think it's safe to assume that EMS and law enforcement are still very active down this way, Highway 83 going north. That part of the highway is actually still closed as they continue doing those rescues. And since we've been here about 7 a.m. this morning, we've seen about 4 helicopters, 6 rescue boats, Border Patrol agents, dozens of EMS, law enforcement cars, all coming out to this area to assist people. And right now we're giving you a look at some of the flooding on the side of Highway 83. This is a farm area that when we drove here earlier today was a lot more full of water, so the water has seemed to receded a little bit, but that's pretty, it shows what we can see along the side of the highway. There's that consistent flooding in these spots along the side of State Highway 83. And if you're coming this way at all today, make sure to check for road updates in real time, because as we just saw moments ago, another chopper, more rescue boats coming this way. The road is still closed, so we're not sure how long that's going to be going on for, but we are working to get more information on that. Reporting live, Bella Papaduke, KENS 5.
All right, thank you, Bella. Also in the Uvalde area, Earl Stoudemire has been there throughout the morning. You saw the river behind him. He was in Sabinal earlier. That river rose so quickly, just indicative of just the volume of rain that's fallen in the hill country. And then, of course, it's going to run down, you know.
Absolutely. He's there at Uvalde Memorial Park speaking to some folks. Earl, what's the latest?
Audrey, Barry, right with me, I have PJ Hinesley. He's been living here in Uvalde for about 3 years. 2 years? 2 years. 2 years, yes, sir. So can you just kind of give us a rundown on what you're seeing here at Uvalde Memorial Park? You've been here many times, so what's it been like?
It's been like really calm river. I've never seen it like this. I was just out the little creek right here. At the sidewalk, there's water running over it, and that was 30 minutes ago. And the water's rising.
And tell me where it was yesterday. Where was it when you checked it out?
Up there.
Roy, can you point over there to where he's showing? So we have these steps right here, and it's kind of going towards the sidewalk. So where was the water at?
The water was up above the brush right there.
So that's about 10 feet? It looks like about 10 feet from
20 feet out of the bank.
20 feet out of the bank. Yes, sir. So with all of this, what were you going to say?
Can you show back the steps?
Yeah, we can show the steps.
Okay, see these steps right here? This goes down to benches. and there's a big platform out there that they have live concerts, church deals, everything. It's underwater. I've never seen it underwater like this.
Wow. And how often do you come here?
I come here every weekend with my son.
Yes, sir. So with all of the rain that we've had yesterday and today, how are you taking all of this in?
It's heartbreaking. I mean, you sit here and people walk up and down this every day. When you get to know them, they wave at you. Hey, how you doing? You doing okay? And everything. And it's heartbreaking. It's older people that need to walk, and they can't walk no more.
Absolutely. It's very high as well, the debris even kind of in that little archway. And it's pretty clean park usually, right?
It's a very clean park. If you go on the other side of 90, it was up in the playgrounds, what I've heard. If it shows it over here, yeah, it was up in the playgrounds. We got picnic areas over there. It was up over there. If you look right here underneath the trees, there's a black deal.
Yeah, that black thing sticking out of the water.
Out of the water with a white ring.
Yeah, what is that?
That is actually a fountain. They sit in the center of the creek, and it's actually a fountain.
Gotcha. Did that object move in the water from when you typically see
it? 20, 30 feet out of the water, out of the creek.
Wow. Yeah, it's kind of sitting a little lopsided as well. Roy, can you kind of point it out?
It's more likely sitting on the sidewalk or on the concrete bay right now.
Yeah, because I was like, it's just kind of bobbing in and out of the water right there. And how have you seen the water this morning? Because we've already had some downpours early this morning and all the rain just washing downstream through here.
This morning, it's risen, but it's dropped. And it goes up and down. And like I say right now, I see it. And where I come from, out of Bunny, Texas, we get rainfall like this, you better hide or go for high cover because it floods. Here, I've never seen it. This is my first time seeing it like this. It brings me back to my roots, and I'm asking people now on live TV, please, if you don't have to go anywhere, stay at home.
Absolutely. And how are you doing with everything? Like, is your shelter, is your cars fine? Is everything okay?
My car's fine, my truck's fine. I live in a 4-story building. I'm not in a floodplain, but I do have co-workers that are in a floodplain, and I'm asking them to get shelter. No, we're gonna hold it out. So I'm just waiting on that call to go help them out.
Absolutely. PJ, thank you so much for your time and just kind of just educating me and all of our viewers on Uvalde Memorial Park and the conditions of what we're having. It breaks my heart even seeing it and knowing how beautiful of a place this is, just devastated by all the floodwaters. Thank you so much.
I want to add something. If y'all go on the other side of 90,
okay,
go down, there's a walkway, just like this. It's a concrete walkway. There's a bridge, a wooden bridge. It's underwater.
Wow.
And
all right.
And it's 5 to 10 feet above the water at all times, and it's underwater right now.
Yes, sir. We'll definitely keep our eyes open and try and get as much of that coverage as we can. Thank you so much, PJ.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All righty, Audrey Berry, we got an expert of the land. He was able to give us a great walkthrough on before Uvalde Memorial Park for the sidewalks and all the beauty here, but also just the conditions of the river, the Leona River. This is where the water's rushing through this area, and just the conditions that we have right now. So I want to let everyone have that understanding. And PJ, of course, thank him for all of his hard work and knowledge. But I want to go ahead and pass it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Earl. That's it. You know, the guy summed it up pretty well, too. If you don't need to be out there, just don't go.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We had a tornado touchdown earlier in the rim just off I-10 1604 there at La Cantera.
Yeah, left behind a lot of damage. KENS 5 Sue Kalberg is surveying it.
I'm here at the Palladium at the Rim with a secret to share with you, because this is styrofoam. And now I want you to look at these big piles of debris. Does that look like big structural debris? Well, of course it does. And it is big structural debris, because everything that had been on the upper porch, which is like, what, 3 stories up there, you can see the porch, the inner ceiling of the porch is no longer there. That's because what was way up there in the sky is now down here on the sidewalk. But the good news is that nobody was hurt. The other good news is that the Santikos people were on this from the beginning. They reached out to us right away. They said they were on it. They said they would provide an update as soon as they had one to say when they would in fact be back in business here. But I can tell you that first they started out right away with employees getting the place to a point where it wasn't dangerous. Then a private contractor showed up and the real work began. And that is the scene everywhere here at the Rim. There are landscaping guys and chainsaws and blowers and mulchers and electricians and plumbers and every kind of tradesman you can imagine. So the recovery effort is well underway, and as it continues, we will stay with it and bring you the latest as we get it. At the Rim, Sue Kalberg, KENS 5.
It really is amazing how quickly all those workers descended to try and get everything back to normal for everyone, or at least start the process of cleaning up. Because as early as, 9, we saw, Sue was showing us images of people cutting up trees, and, they were taking cars away that had been damaged. So it's pretty amazing. Yeah, it's going to take a lot. Again, if you don't need to be in the La Cantera area, just don't go today. Today is not the day to do the shopping. And, I think the last tornado we had here was in 2023. Last one I remember anyway, October of 2023. And it kind of hit, I think, skipped Chavano Park, then hit Almos and Alamo Heights. And it was a EF0, I believe, Ryan. And there's no way to tell what this was yet, but it obviously wasn't, a super powerful tornado, but it still did quite a little bit of damage.
People think just because it's on the 0 to 1 scale of the EF scale, it's much weaker. But EF0 tornadoes to EF1 can still do, significant damage, even comparing it to a EF2 to EF3 tornado. But again, as Barry mentioned, the Weather Service will likely be out there either later today or tomorrow to survey the damage to indicate what level, what power that tornado was earlier this morning, which, by the way, was around 7:50 to 7:55 a.m. in northwest Bexar County, which will show you footage again and also some of the radar products from earlier this morning. Right now, here's a look at radar. It's pretty busy. Matter of fact, if you look very closely, anywhere from, Rock Springs, even north of Kerrville the last 24 hours, the energy in the atmosphere, which, by the way, produces like these spinning areas of thunderstorms. They're called MCVs, mesoscale convective vortices. They're just a long, busy word for, spinning areas of rain and showers and thunderstorms, which can produce flash flooding in a short amount of time. Now, you can see as we zoom into some of these communities, it's really Kendall County, Bandera, parts of Medina, and Bexar County that are underneath the threat of, flooding this afternoon, because with more rain on the way and so much rain that's already fallen, it's going to, add insult to injury, producing more problems out on the roadways. Now, as of, the last update we saw, it looks like Bernie towards Highway 46 a lot of it is underwater, and it's because of just so much rain that's fallen, not just today, but yesterday as well. Radar estimating anywhere from a foot of rain to upwards of 13 to 14 inches along Highway 46, and that's all the way from Bernie let's say from 281 all the way down to Bandera, Highway 46 right around here. So there's that white line that's indicating where it's still raining pretty heavy in some locations. The heaviest of that is out towards Bandera, at least the eastern part of Bandera County, where you're seeing lightning is just generating at such an immense rate. So flood warning for Bandera and Kendall County all the way until 4:15 p.m. That's the latest from what we're seeing on the data right now, and it's considerable. As you saw in even the video we've seen in the last half hour, I mean, it's just immense flooding happening in southern parts of Kendall County along Highway 46. Now, this is concerning. You can see more rain driving in, but even more thunderstorms developing out near Lake Hills and east of Bandera. And it looks like they have a northeast-east movement, meaning these are likely to continue to drive in from southwest to northeast. That's going to cause more concerns with already flooded roadways, ponding on roadways, even more flooding concerns. I mean, this is going to aggravate the situation at a higher level, probably through at least 1 and 2 o'clock. We'll see if, some of this weakens, but it looks like we'll see even more development out towards 1604, I-10, Hollywood Park, where it looks like the most severe is between Comfort and Bernie, and now starting to move into parts of southwestern and southern Kendall County. Again, flood warning until 4:15 later this afternoon. Please be careful. Have a way to receive weather alerts and check radar before you head out. Download the KENS 5 Plus app and even KENS 5 Plus to get more updates. So here are a couple additional flood warnings, thankfully in Uvalde County, where our reporter Bella was, along Highway 83. The rain starting to come to an end. More of it's shifting farther north, but these are flood warnings for both the Nueces and also the rivers out between Uvalde and Sabinal. So more rain flowing upstream to down. I mean, it's going to cause a problem with already problems out on rain accumulation. I mean, there's Bernie, there's Timberwood Park, Highway 46 out towards Bandera and towards Bandera Road as well. So we're going to actually sample some of this data and show you that. I mean, this is incredible. I mean, so we'll take a look at this right here. Perfect. And then there's 11 inches of rain. I mean, up to a foot of rain. And these are localized pockets of even more. So that says 10.8. Out near Helotes, at least north of the Helotes area, 3 to 5 inches of rain. Out near Lake Hills, about 4 to 6 inches of rain. These are staggering amounts of downpours that continue to drive in over the same area hour after hour because of that complex up farther north. Very quickly, here's some updates on the river floods. So this is the Sabinal River at Sabinal, 16.4 feet on the latest river gauge. It's forecast to reach major flood stage later this evening into early tomorrow morning. So please, if you live anywhere near the Sabinal, it's expected to see a little bit more of an influx of water as some of that moves downstream. Here's the Frio River at Concan, major flood stage by later tonight into tomorrow morning. So if we see any more additional water flowing down at higher and faster rates, it's going to be both at the Sabinal and the Frio. Now the Medina River in southern San Antonio, 281. Southern Bexar County, 7.7 feet, but it's reaching moderate flood stage. Nothing significant in regarding that, but we're going to watch that very closely. Just another look at the tornado from earlier this morning. We have what we call scud clouds leading ahead of it. These are clouds that try and dip down. They almost look like tornadoes, but they're not. You have to move farther east to pick up on the rotation, where confirmed a tornado in northwest Bexar County, right along I-10 and 1604 between La Cantera Parkway and heading into the rim. I mean, rotation, debris being picked up, and we saw that perfectly on correlation coefficient on some of our radar products, and it was confirmed on this report in northwest Bexar County, and the Weather Service will be out there later either today or tomorrow to survey the damage to determine whether it was an EF0, EF1, or maybe up to another level. So we'll have to watch that closely. Later today, more areas of rain later tonight and tomorrow morning pre-dawn. Please leave a little extra early if you have to get somewhere, out to work, out to your routine, because there will be still some pockets of thunderstorms, heavy tropical downpours that could lead to more flooding into Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon. It looks like it's going to be primarily focused out west for your Thursday, but San Antonio, parts of the hill country still in a level 1 to level 2 out of 5. That's a marginal slight at risk for seeing that happen. Here's your outlook for the next several days. 89 Friday. This weekend, it improves a lot, vastly. High temperatures back in the lower 90s because of so much rain. We're not going to see any triple-digit heat anytime soon. So much soil moisture, it creates a little bit more cooling effect. But today and tomorrow, weather impact alerts, daytime highs trending right around the middle to upper 80s. Cooler than average, we'll take that, but still a flooding threat, a flooding concern through tonight and tomorrow, with the rain coverage slowly backing off by Friday. So right now, guys, the rain, the focus, the threat is mainly toward the hill country, especially in Bernie and southern Kendall County. Me and the KENS 5 weather team will continue to monitor the situation as more rain develops these next several hours.
Well, and it seems that's always the way this happens. Do we go through a drought for, 2, 3, 5 years, whatever it is, and then all of a sudden we get one of these super El Ninos and get rain like
Just
this.
dumped on.
Yeah, just causes flooding everywhere.
It's going to be a long night for folks there in the hill country. But water moving fast along the Frio River in Gardner State Park.
Yeah, KENS 5's Rania Kaur has been out there earlier. She has a look at the conditions now.
In Concan, the Frio River has risen 10 feet since the storm began. This is what it looks like currently. It's been described as chocolate milk as it picks up debris and trees and everything along the lower levels of the river. Well, in just a couple of days, it's going to completely clean the river, bringing it back to its crystal clear state and without any rapids, making it the perfect place for campers. Right now, it's quite the hazard in the Concan area. In many places, the Frio River has risen, closing down low water crossings and Highway 83. So much of the area to get in and around Concan is closed right now. That's saying there are 15 camps and 20% of Gardner State Park, just a few miles away, is occupied right now. First responders have been communicating with those camps and those campers, making sure they're aware of conditions and are ready to evacuate to higher ground if necessary. That's saying there are no evacuation notices in Concan at this point because first responders want to make sure that people are not on the roads. Instead, they're saying everyone who doesn't need to be on the roads to instead stay home. And if you see any water, to stay away, turn around, don't drown. That's saying this Frio River right here in Concan is expected to rise 6 feet over the next couple hours. In Concan, I'm Rania Kaur, sending it back to you.
Well, and Ryan was saying a while ago it's supposed to crest at 16.4 feet, and Brett Remkus had said earlier the highest it had ever crested was 32 or so. So it's hard to believe, as much as it's rolling there, it could be 16 feet higher before.
Yeah, somewhere else where we're seeing the river rise is there in Bernie off of River Road.
Yeah, the Cibolo Creek was way out of its banks. David Lynch joins us now. David, where are you located?
So Barry, we're right now in downtown Bernie seeking some little bit of shelter from the heavy rain. Lots of thunder, lots of rain that you can see around us. Ever since we got into town, our phones have been going off with flash flood warnings. Just one indicator to the local residents and folks here to seek shelter and get to higher ground if you can do so safely. Like other areas in the region today, Kendall County seeing lots of rain and stormy weather. We passed by some closed off roads and some flooded over areas and some low-lying parts of those roads today. Again, all this rain causing Cibolo Creek to rise quickly and rise to dangerous levels. River Road is closed in all directions right now as officials prioritize safety. They say that if you live along River Road, Kendall County is urging you to seek higher ground if you can do so. Of course, don't enter flooded roads, and if you're at home and cannot leave safely, get to the highest area of your home and call 911 for help. Now, Kendall County officials also urging folks living along Cibolo Creek, Evergreen, Yolana, and West San Antonio Avenue here in Bernie to voluntarily evacuate or be ready to shelter in place due to the rising water levels. Again, those water levels continuing to rise as the rain picks up here just moments ago here in Bernie. Kendall County said it was conducting water rescues this morning just in the last few hours. Again, just showing us the danger of what happens on days like today when so much rain comes at once. We were told just a few moments ago by authorities here helping to block off the roads here and to detour some traffic that a reunification site is being set up nearby. We don't know quite where yet, but when we have that information, we will let you all know on air and online. For now, reporting from downtown Bernie, David Lynch, KENS 5.
David, a real quick question. Well, or not. I couldn't tell. That was the bridge, obviously, there at Cibolo Creek. I couldn't tell if water was up over the bridge.
Well, you could kind of see some trucks blocking,
Right.
maybe not wanting to go past where David was, but we'll have to check in with him
Right.
and see the latest on that. We want to get back to some of that video that was sent to us this morning after that tornado touchdown at the rim at La Cantera. Take a look. This is one of the videos that was sent to us. There is the rim at La Cantera. There is just tons of tree and debris there. First responders were there this morning. SAFD did tell us that there were no injuries, amazingly, after this tornado touchdown.
Well, and that was actually shot by our executive producer, Gabe Vella, who was home. He lives not far from there. He said he and his kids had to, huddle up in the bathroom, one of the bathrooms in their home, just to protect themselves from the tornado. But it's absolutely amazing. If we could show some of those of the tornado itself, it actually hit an apartment complex off of UTSA Boulevard over there by campus, completely ripped the roof off one of the buildings.
That was the Oasis apartment.
Yeah, Oasis Apartments.
Yeah, and amazingly, no one said to be injured there either, but they do not have power, they do not have water, and you just saw tons of debris there. So we're getting all of this amazing video, and we'll continue, of course, to bring you that throughout the day.
Yeah, we'll continue to follow. We'll have more on KENS 5 News at noon, 4, 5, 6, and of course 10. Have a great rest of your day.
Stay safe.
The water has risen more than a feet because, just for example, we have this platform. I'm gonna just step a little bit in it, and if I step 1 foot over, I would easily have all of this water flowing into my boots doing this live shot. So that just gives you a reference for all of the water moving downstream here through Uvalde Memorial Park. This is a main hub going through the city. So I do have a local with me, PJ Hinesley. You've lived here for 2 years. Can you just kind of walk us through just the terrain and what we're seeing?
What you're seeing right now, you're seeing the water coming up. I've seen it. I'm sitting here watching it rise, and it's just getting worse. And the terrain here, head to higher ground if we got to.
Absolutely. And for your time living here in Uvalde, can you kind of just give people a lay of the land for what is even further in this river that's swelling? It's just expanding more closer towards the ground.
Well, if you look at it, there's a pole out here in the middle, and probably about the middle of the water, the river right now. We say the river. It's usually about a foot past that pole. And it's just a little bitty creek with ducks, beavers, turtles, a little bit of fish. And on this side of the pole, about 5 feet on this side of that pole, is a walkway, a concrete walkway where older people walk, like you see up on the hill. It's swallowed. I've never seen it like this.
And talk about last night, because you said you came here last night, and kind of give us a comparison for what it is right now from yesterday.
Yesterday and last night, this is calm. The way it was last night, you wouldn't catch me 20 feet near this river, this little creek. And usually above the creek above us, the bridge above us is usually dry. It's very slim water. There's 9 bridges up this river, and they're all flooded.
Yeah, look, it literally looks like a floodgate with all the water rushing in. And I want to ask Roy if you can point over to all of this debris high up in the branches. Do you usually see debris up in the branches of these trees over here in the distance?
No, I've never seen this.
And how far does this sidewalk go? Because right under the underpass, we really can't even walk. But how far could people even go if they wanted to?
It's a 2-mile walk. It's a 2-mile walk around. If you go on the other side of 90, there's a park for children to play in, playground, slides, barbecue areas. There's also a wooden bridge that's flooded right now. You can't cross it. It's underwater. I've never seen that.
Yes, sir. And for everyone who's just watching us for the first time, can you kind of just tell us a little bit about your situation? How are you doing? Is your home okay? Your cars?
We're doing fine. Me and my son are doing fine. We live up higher ground. I'm just down here for people's safety. We do have homeless that are down here. I heard a couple of them got washed away, but they got rescued by other people. So I'm just hoping everybody stays away from high water right now. I'm out of Boerne, Texas. I've seen it in the Gar Loop that people get washed away, get drowned, never been found. They found them 2 years later in the lake or somewhere down on the ranch, somewhere underneath brush. I'm just hoping people will understand what water does. Water is 4 times faster than what your car is.
Yes, sir. Turn around, don't drown. We say it all the time. Yep. On air, online, this is real life, because in the last hour, it has risen more than a foot in just a matter of 60 minutes. So it just shows you the power of nature at hand here in the middle of Uvalde, but we're going to continue bringing updates on air and online, KENS5.com. Audrey, I'll go ahead and turn it back to you in the studio.
definitely has risen quite a bit. All right, want to take you back out to Bernie, which we've been monitoring. David Lynch is out there off River Road, which has been closed due to flooding. David, we heard from you a little bit earlier, and you were saying they're already asking some people to exit some areas because they do expect that creek to rise even more.
That's right, Audrey. The rain continues to come down and come down hard here in Bernie. As you can imagine, that's leading to many closed roads, and officials here on the road, including right next to us, blocking off the street to nudge folks around dangerous parts here in Bernie. The city calling this a life-threatening situation. Now again, River Road is still closed in all directions right now as authorities prioritize safety. If you live along River Road, Kendall County Office of Emergency Management urging those folks, those residents, to seek higher ground so long as you can do so safely. The county said it was conducting water rescues in the last few hours. Now, it's important to note we have not received word of any major injuries as of yet, but we're still working to get information. All this heavy rain, all these emergency sirens showing us the danger of what happens on days like today when so much rain comes at once, causing Cibolo Creek in particular to rise and rise rapidly. Now, we have learned that 2 shelters have opened up to welcome folks who need a roof between them and all this rain. Those are at the Bernie ISD Central Offices at 235 Johns Road and the Patrick Heath Public Library at 451 North Main Street. Again, the city opening those up, announcing those as shelters for those who need help and from this rain, so they're not getting stranded as this rain continues to fall. Again, expecting these heavy downpours for the next few hours as the rain continues to come down, thunder continues to sound. For now, we'll send it back to you. Reporting from Bernie, David Lynch, KENS 5.
Amazing images there. Well, earlier this morning, you may have seen it all over your feed. A tornado touched down on the northwest side of San Antonio off I-10 near the rim and 1604. We go to Sue Kalberg now, who has been surveying the damage.
I'm here at the Palladium at the Rim with a secret to share with you, because this is styrofoam. And now I want you to look at these big piles of debris. Does that look like big structural debris? Well, of course it does. And it is big structural debris, because everything that had been on the upper porch, which is like, what, 3 stories up there, you can see the porch, the inner ceiling of the porch is no longer there. That's because what was way up there in the sky is now down here on the sidewalk. But the good news is that nobody was hurt. The other good news is that the Santikos people were on this from the beginning. They reached out to us right away. They said they were on it. They said they would provide an update as soon as they had one to say when they would in fact be back in business here. But I can tell you that first they started out right away with employees getting the place to a point where it wasn't dangerous. Then a private contractor showed up and the real work began. And that is the scene everywhere here at the Rim. There are landscaping guys and chainsaws and blowers and mulchers and electricians and plumbers and every kind of tradesman you can imagine. So the recovery effort is well underway, and as it continues, we will stay with it and bring you the latest as we get it. At the Rim, Sue Kalberg, KENS 5.
Thanks so much, Sue. The Oasis apartment off UTSA Boulevard also suffered some major damage as a result of that tornado that touched down this morning. Andrew Moore has a look.
Hey, I'm over here by the Oasis apartments by UTSA, and these apartments were unfortunately partially hit by a tornado. You can see part of the roof of one of the buildings was ripped off, and that means that saws had to come out. They had to shut down the water at the city's request, and they're cleaning up the property right now. When we were at the apartment earlier, one tenant told us that she had to get everything off of her balcony and bring it inside as that wind came in. She said there was this howling wind outside. She said she could see chairs floating through the air as those strong winds from that tornado went by, but luckily she was able to get everything off of her balcony before it caused any damage to the building. When we were on the property, you could see that many of the carports had been destroyed. There was debris everywhere, and the city is trying to pick all that back up. Now, fortunately, no one was hurt. That's the good news out here. The bad news is that the power is down, the water is going to be down. SAWS told us if part of the top of a building is taken off, that could cause problems for potential water infrastructure. So the better thing to do is to turn it off to make sure that you're not causing any additional damage. And they're waiting for the city to tell them that it's safe to turn it back on again. And when we were at that property earlier today, we did get to briefly speak to management, which said they are working to help tenants at this time, but they couldn't give us any more information on exactly what was happening at the apartment complex right now. We are going to be reaching out to the city for additional information. Near UPSA, Andrew Moore, KENS 5.
Thanks so much, Andrew. Well, heavy rain and flooding also impacting Garner State Park there in Concan. Rania Kaur there all morning, and she has an update on the Frio River.
In Concan, the Frio River has risen 10 feet since the storm began. This is what it looks like currently. It's been described as chocolate milk as it picks up debris and trees and everything along the lower levels of the river. Well, in just a couple of days, it's going to completely clean the river, bringing it back to its crystal clear state and without any rapids, making it the perfect place for campers. Right now, it's quite the hazard in the Concan area. In many places, the Frio River has risen, closing down low water crossings and Highway 83. So much of the area to get in and around Concan is closed right now. That's saying there are 15 camps and 20% of Garner State Park, just a few miles away, is occupied right now. First responders have been communicating with those camps and those campers, making sure they're aware of conditions and are ready to evacuate to higher ground if necessary. That's saying there are no evacuation notices in Concan at this point because first responders want to make sure that people are not on the roads. Instead, they're saying everyone who doesn't need to be on the roads to instead stay home. And if you see any water, to stay away, turn around, don't drown. That's saying this Frio River right here in Concan is expected to rise 6 feet over the next couple hours. In Concan, I'm Rania Kaur, sending it back to you.
Right now, the city of San Antonio, they are giving an update on the tornado damage and flooding. Let's listen in.
To report, there are no injuries associated with that structure. Responders also investigated reports of possible entrapment at an apartment complex that is located at 5810 Worth Parkway. And that apartment building was actually under renovation. It had some scaffolding set up. So in either case, we conducted a thorough search, which was all clear, no injuries. There is damaged scaffolding and structural concerns which need to be evaluated to ensure everyone's safety. Additional damage has been reported throughout the affected area, including commercial properties at the rim and other nearby locations. Much of the damage consists of storefronts, roof damage, signage, a lot of debris, and downed trees. So public work crews and utility providers were working together, removing debris and addressing hazards throughout the affected area. Residents, we are encouraging you to use caution around fallen trees, down power lines, and as we continue our efforts to clean up. Although the immediate threat has passed, our crews will continue to monitor conditions. We are watching the weather very closely, and we encourage, again, you to stay away from damaged areas, use caution around any down power lines and unstable structures or objects, and report any emergencies to 911. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Frank Almaraz, Interim President and CEO for CPS Energy. We, as of a little while ago, had about 50 active outages with a total of 3,100 customers out, and that was about 11:40 a.m. So we're actively restoring power to those customers. And in the process of making those restorations, I want to note that safety remains our top priority for the entire community, including our crews. So high water in some places is reducing mobility, and in other places where there are circuits that need to be turned off for a period of time in order to work safely on those lines to restore customers, that is being done, and that is having the effect of temporarily putting additional customers out. So that process will continue. We'll work diligently. We don't see any limitations to our ability to make that happen in short order. I'll note also that out of an abundance of caution and given mobility issues across the city, we've closed our walk-in centers for the day. But as is always the case, customers should feel free to call 210-353-2222 for all of the things that they would have done had they wanted to go into the walk-in centers. Just as a safety reminder, never approach or drive over a downed power line. You can't tell by looking if it's alive or not, and it's a very, very dangerous situation. So if you come across a downed power line, please report that immediately to 210-353-HELP or 4357. Once again, 210-353-HELP, and we will address it. But please don't go near it. Don't drive over it. And as a general matter, avoid flooded roadways. Turn around. Don't drown. At peak, there were 18,000 customers out. Within an hour, that had been cut in half, and an hour after that, it was cut further in half. So there are lots of fast restoration in the early morning hours, primarily as a benefit of the resiliency equipment that we've installed over the last few years. And what remains now is impact damage, lightning damage, and other equipment damage that needs to be repaired. If you smell gas, now of course we're thinking and talking about electrical restoration, but infrastructure damage can occur to all kinds of infrastructure. So if you smell gas, the odor of rotten eggs, as with your down power lines, first get safe, get somewhere away from it, then call 911, and then call 210-353-HELP. Once again, 210-353-4375. So we remain obviously committed to restoring our customers as quickly and as safely as possible, and appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Ivelisse Mesa Gonzalez. I'm the council member for District 8. Many of our neighborhoods, including the areas around UTSA, the Rim, Camp Bullis, Crown Ridge, Hills and Dales, and the Dominion, experienced significant damage as a tornado and severe weather moved through our community. While the damage is substantial, our focus today is on our residents, supporting those affected and restoring services as quickly and safely as possible. I want to express my sincere gratitude to our firefighters, police officers, EMS personnel, Public Works crews, CPS Energy, SAWS, and our Office of Emergency Management, and every city employee who responded immediately and continues working around the clock to make sure our residents are safe. My office is working alongside our city management team, our emergency responders, to connect residents to available resources. And to our residents, I ask that you continue exercising caution. Please stay away from damaged areas, avoid down power lines, and follow guidance from local officials as crews continue their work. Your patience and cooperation will keep everyone safe. For those who do need help, please feel free to reach out to 311 if you have any downed trees, any damage assessment that you need, any cleanup in your neighborhood that you need. Remember, please call 311. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Schoenborn. I am the Chief of Police for the UT San Antonio Police Department. As was mentioned, there was structural damage at the Oasis apartments where some of our students were impacted. It is our understanding that it's between 10 to 12 students that may be displaced by that disruption at the Oasis. I would like to say thank you to the San Antonio Police Department and the Fire Department for their very quick response and supporting the community, not only our students, but everybody that is located at the Oasis. We are working very closely with the Red Cross to support any type of, any of our community that is displaced. We are prepared to shelter anybody that needs it, working closely with the Red Cross on our campus and working closely also with San Antonio Police to do that.
Operations are as normal at UTSA. Everything is operating and functioning normally. We do have some summer camps on campus, and those students that are involved in those summer camps are communicating with their families and are in touch, and everybody is safe on campus as well. So for UTSA, again, we are supporting our local partners, and I'm glad to answer any questions at the appropriate time, reference any other additional impacts to our campus. Thank you.
All right, so that's the update. Just to kind of recap some of the main points here, obviously we all just got notifications for additional weather alerts, so we are encouraging the public to continue to monitor the weather and be careful as they progress through the day. There will be additional weather that comes through San Antonio. Two, if you as a resident need assistance, whether it's a damage assessment or help clearing debris, please call 311. We have had public works crews, solid waste crews, and parks crews out there beginning early this morning to begin that cleanup, and that'll continue. So if you need assistance, please call 311, as the councilwoman mentioned. Third, I did want to also point out that we also have damage assessment teams from Development Services out and about, so they can also be accessed through 311. And then lastly, I just want to recap what all of the speakers said. I want to thank the San Antonio Fire Department, the Police Department, CPS, Public Works, Solid Waste, and Parks crews and DSD, because as this event unfolded this morning, we got crews out there to begin cleanup and assessment and assistance right away. We have a lot of folks up here. They're willing to answer any questions, so I will turn it over to you all, and we'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, looks like we got disconnected there from that, City of San Antonio update on the tornado damage and flooding that San Antonio has seen. But really the main thing, damage assessment teams are out and about across San Antonio. They can be contacted by dialing 311. We got an update from SAFD, CPS Energy interim leadership, which as of now they say there's 50 active outages, 3,100 customers affected as of 11 a.m. That went down quickly. As of this morning, at one point there were 18,000 people without power. Now, if you need any help and you see a wire down or electrical line down or your power's down, be sure to call 210-353-HELP. District 8 Councilwoman Evelise Mesa also was there. She just reiterated, call 311 if you have any issues. So, of course, we'll continue to monitor this. Continue with us on KENS 5+.
We're out there this morning to coordinate with the apartment leasing agents to provide the cleanup. There are a number of trees that are down in that area and some debris. So we're working to do that. That building sustains some pretty significant roof damage, so it will be some time. Yeah, well, several of the speakers mentioned them, and we all just got another flash flood alert during this press conference. So obviously more weather is coming, and we're encouraging the public to pay attention to those notices that come out, be thoughtful about where and when you have to be out, and keep an eye on the weather. We're hoping that as that, obviously west of San Antonio is getting a significant amount more rain than we are, but we're still in the position where we're going to continue to be getting rain at least through today. There were 56 units and 52 of them were leased. Not all of them were occupied. So the fire department did call VIA this morning early because it was still raining to get those folks out of the elements. That was the only assistance I'm aware of that VIA was requested. Now look, as this continues to develop, we'll give you all an update at the end of the day, but obviously we are focused on the damage assessment and the cleanup, to be honest with you, and making sure that people are aware of the weather and as we go throughout the day. All right? Thank you, everybody. Okay, good job. Good job. You got it.
I tried to hand you this.
Okay, we just heard from the city of San Antonio and a number of their partners as we continue with the severe weather coverage. Now, they were giving us an update on the tornado that touched down here in San Antonio off I-10, 1604 in the Rim area and along UTSA Boulevard. The latest, the damage assessment teams are out, city damage assessment teams, and they can be contacted by 311 if you have any damage or if you see any down power lines as well. Now, talking about the apartment at the Rim, we were told 56 units there were leased out. No, there are 56 units, but not all of them were leased out. There were no injuries there. Now, as far as damage at the Oasis apartments off UTSA Boulevard, we did learn a little bit new information from UTSA police chief. There were 10 to 12 students that were impacted there at the Oasis apartments as a result of that tornado damage. They are working with the Red Cross, trying to find shelter for anyone who needs it. The Oasis apartments are also trying to find other units, maybe that they can put some of those people who were affected in. UTSA is operating as normal right now. There were some summer camps taking place when that tornado touched down. They say those families have all been contacted, and everyone who was involved in those summer camps is okay and safe at this time. We also heard from CPS Energy leadership. We were told at the peak of this storm over this morning, during the morning hours, there were 18,000 people without power, but those numbers quickly dropped, and as of about 11 a.m., there were 50 active outages, 3,100 customers affected in our area right now. Now, CPS Energy has closed their walk-in centers for the day, but they say you can call 210-353-HELP if you see any down power lines or if you smell any gas. They said there could be, different types of damage around town as a result of high winds or different things that we saw from this morning's storms. Again, though, really the positive, no injuries, SAFD says, from this tornado that touched down, but there is a lot of damage at the Rim to storefronts, roofs, and debris like downed trees there at the rim. Lots of signs that are down. So crews are there working to try and clear that debris. If anybody has any emergency, be sure to call 911. And as this weather event continues, be sure to call 911 if you are in need, if there is an emergency. As they were talking, the city of San Antonio, we had another weather alert come across many of our phones. You could hear it there in the background. A lot of that city leadership also getting those alerts. So this is going to continue into this afternoon and overnight. And of course, KENS 5 will be there for you all throughout this weather event. Be sure to stick with us here on KENS 5, KENS 5 Plus, where you're at right now. Download our apps and stay up to date. Our weather team is incredible, and they will keep you up to date on the very latest. But right now, we want to head back out west, where they continue to see heavy downpours there in Uvalde County. I want to get to Bella Papaduke, who's been with us since early morning hours. Bella, last we checked in with you, you were on Highway 83 there in Uvalde. Where are you headed now, and what's the latest?
Audrey, we're still on Highway 83 in Uvalde County, but we're inside the car, and that's because we were finishing up our last live shot, and EMS came up to us and said water is rising at the south part of Highway 83, and we needed to find higher ground. So right now we're doing just that, finding higher ground. So to get away from that part of Highway 83 near the river where the water was rising. Just because it's not raining here anymore, officials say that doesn't mean that you should trust any of these roads, especially the county roads, and to be extremely cautious, because we saw it ourselves that the road was clear and then about an hour later it was covered in water. So we are currently seeking higher ground and getting away from that rising water. In the last hour, we've also heard EMS say there are more victims that need help on Reagan Wells, and they're just continuing to get more rescue calls, even though, as you can see where we are right now, it's not raining. So if you're out here in Uvalde County, make sure to please still be cautious, because water is rising in some areas and this is not over yet. Reporting live, Bella Papaduke, KENS 5.
And take a look, radar. It's a little active right now. We have a lot of rain moving into the hill country, where, by the way, that's where the flooding threat is going to shift later today. I mean, Highway 46, Bernie, towards southern parts of Kendall County, that's where we're just seeing more rain move in. And if you look at a wider reach of things, you can see what's causing this rain. We have so much moisture from the south, and also a spinning low right over north of Gillespie County. And this is just causing in rain after rain. Matter of fact, training thunderstorms that go over the same area hour after hour. And this is what we've been seeing all morning long. Here's a closer look at the radar. So here's Bexar County. You know, the alert you just got probably about 10 to 15 minutes ago. That's the ongoing flash flood warning for northwest Bexar County. This includes, let's say, anywhere from just the west of Stone Oak all the way towards Helotes. There's Bandera Road and there's I-10. Additional rains could cause any high water, ponding, street flooding that's already out there to cause it to become a little bit more worse the next couple of hours. So that's in effect, I believe, until this evening, this afternoon. I think the latest I saw on that flash flood warning right here is until about 2:40. But of course, updates are going to come hour after hour, minute by minute. But yeah, Bernie, southern and southeastern Kendall County, where, by the way, Highway 46, I'm going to zoom in into Bernie right now, right there. So there's the additional concern right there. Bernie is underneath a, look at this, a flash flood warning, but the threat level is up to catastrophic. That's from the National Weather Service. Up till 8:15 p.m., this warning will stay in effect. That includes Bernie, and most importantly, you saw and you've seen a lot of video come out from southern Kendall County and Bernie of Highway 46. A lot of it is underwater. A lot of it is flooded, and there's more rain moving in. I mean, this is current radar. The red on reflectivity is indicating just heavy amounts of rain continuing to drive in. And the problem with this is just the storms are so slow moving. They're aggravating the situation. There's more rain, more moderate rain over the western part of Texas 46 on the way towards, let's say, Bandera. There's Bergheim, there's northwestern Bexar County. And look at that. I mean, there is some redevelopment out west. Most of it is just light out towards Bandera. That's the solace. But in the meantime, still pockets of heavy rain moving into southern Kendall County, northwest Bexar County, and eventually moving towards 281, Timberwood Park, Canyon Lake the next couple of hours as more rain continues to form and develop in the atmosphere. Zooming out, take a look. I mean, there's an additional flood warning right over here for the river. We have the Medina River south of San Antonio, south of downtown, that's continuing to see concerns. We're also monitoring the Sabinal, the Nueces River, and also the Frio out towards Uvalde near Concan, which we'll show you in a second. Which, by the way, there it is right there. So ongoing flood warnings between Sabinal down Highway 90 towards Uvalde. We are seeing additional thunder showers develop right over Uvalde itself. But there's the Nueces, there's the Frio right here. And these warnings are in effect until later this afternoon. And of course, with every update, with every river gauge, reading observation, we'll continue to update the forecast. And we'll show you kind of the current levels in a second. First, rain estimates. Take a look. Bernie towards southwestern portions of Bandera, northern Medina County. This is the last 24 to 36 hours. The radar is picking up anywhere from a foot of rain upwards of 15 to 16 inches in radar estimated rainfall. No one needs that kind of rain in such a short amount of time. It's helping the drought, obviously, but when you get so much rain at one time, it's fast moving, especially if you funnel it into a water source like a river or a creek, where, by the way, Cibolo Creek out near Bernie is seeing a lot of flooding, and we'll zoom into that area right now. There's 46. And with this particular map, the black and white colors on this contour map is indicating almost the highest level, right? You see on the contour, you get into the highest level when you see the dark pinks, or at least the light pinks. But anyway, so anywhere from 10 to 15 inches in some areas between Timberwood Park, parts of Kamau, southern Kendall County into Bandera County. And this is why we're just seeing so many flooded roadways, so much amount of rain in such a short amount of time. That's just funneling into Cibolo Creek and other water sources around the northwestern part of the hill country. Let's talk about the Sabinal River. So the latest observation from about 5 to 10 minutes ago, 16.4 feet. It is forecast to go above major flood stage through tonight and tomorrow, courtesy of the National Weather Service from the latest outlook on this. So if you are anywhere near the Sabinal River, this is west of San Antonio, please make adjustments, plan ahead. I mean, this is going to be a concern through tonight as more water funnels in from the north and just drives in through the Sabinal River through tonight and tomorrow morning. Here's the Frio at Concan, 9.1 feet. That's right around minor flood stage, but it is forecast to reach major flood stage later tonight through tomorrow morning. The record for the Frio at this location, 34.4 feet according to the Weather Service, and then it'll eventually improve by later this week, but still major flood stage for the Frio River at Concan later tonight, tomorrow morning. Here's one more look, and here's the Medina River at 281 South San Antonio. This one not as severe, but of course things can change fast as more rounds of rain move through. It looks like the focus of downpours should remain towards the hill country west of, let's say, Kerrville later tonight, tomorrow morning as another round pushes in, but still a moderate flood stage for any folks, any families, any friends, any neighbors that are along the Medina River at 281. Moderate flood stage, which you may see some problems as early as right now until tonight and tomorrow morning. So here's the severe weather outlook in regarding excessive rainfall. This is tonight through tomorrow morning. So this is a moderate level 3 out of 4 of excessive additional rounds of rain anywhere from parts of Bandera, Kerr County, which again, still problems on the roadways, anywhere from Bernie up towards Bandera. That's a slight risk, level 2 out of 5. But no matter what, if the rain moves in your direction, if it moves right over your neighborhood, this is going to generate problems very, very fast. But the largest risk later tonight through tomorrow morning is farther west towards Del Rio, Valverde County, Edwards County, Real County, and just south of Tom Green County. That's south of San Angelo, by the way, towards Junction and Sonora later tonight. Here's the hour-by-hour forecast, breaking it down. Here's tomorrow morning while you're asleep. And of course, you need to stay weather aware. Have a way to receive weather alerts because we're not done just yet. Areas east of I-35, mostly quiet, but where that low is, it's out farther west and it's spinning up more rounds of rain later tonight, which again, this is a forecast model. It's a computer outlook. So this particular thunder cell, the supercell, could be anywhere east or west. But we'll have to watch, again, these storms that develop overnight and where exactly they move through, because that could aggravate the situation maybe in Bernie, maybe around Kerrville, maybe in Hondo along Highway 90 from yesterday's rain. Our ground is so saturated, so wet, so all this rain that forms tonight through tomorrow morning will turn into runoff and cause problems rapidly. So here's tomorrow morning at about 4 to 5 a.m. Around sunrise. It looks like the focus should shift, as you saw in that weather outlook, right? On the excessive rain outlook is west between Fredericksburg, Kerrville, Rock Springs, Del Rio. We could see another round of training showers and thunderstorms, meaning they just form a line and they just rain hour after hour, day by day, and don't stop, right? And that's what's so concerning with this kind of setup. With that mezzo low basically up farther north of Kerrville, it just drives in rain over the same locations hour by hour, day after day. And depending on if it's slow moving, if it's between two ridges out towards the east and west, it almost stalls it out. Now, it's somewhat moving, but since pretty much, Monday night into Tuesday, it's been in our area, just kind of rotating, circulating in the atmosphere. And then when you get nighttime cooling, morning lows dropping, you get the low-level jet moving in from the south. It just feeds in rounds of rain hour by hour. That's what we'll have to watch very closely. Here's tomorrow this time, around 1 o'clock. There will be some widely scattered showers that extend anywhere from Kerrville, Bernie, out towards Hallettsville. But it looks like, I would say, by and large, tomorrow evening, tomorrow afternoon, the rain coverage really starts to thin out. We'll see some leftover isolated scattered showers to Thursday night tomorrow and also into Friday morning. But I think the flood threat, the main bulk of rainfall this week happened, yesterday, today, and will happen through tomorrow morning. And it's slowly trending downward by tomorrow night into Friday and Saturday, which, by the way, the weekend looks mostly clear. It'll be hot, but most of this rain should come to an end as high pressure gains the upper hand and just shuts down the chance for rain. But here's Friday afternoon. You can see it's mostly quiet. So meantime, we are watching again all those showers and storms that are out there this week and today and tomorrow as they continue to form over the same areas, which again causes concern. All right, here's your 14-day forecast. Today, 82, still a weather impact alert for today through tomorrow, mid-80s through tomorrow, and we will see additional rounds of rain. Right now, the coverage today is 80%, tomorrow 60%, less east of I-35. For example, if you're anywhere near Gonzales, Hallettsville, towards Seguin, not as much intensity, not as much coverage of rain. But today and tomorrow, weather impact alert as rain coverages and weather conditions improve by this weekend. So please stay weather aware. Have a way to receive weather alerts and download the KENS 5 app on your phone and download KENS 5 Plus to see any more additional updates on the weather as it continues to remain active through tomorrow and maybe into early Friday. Audrey.
Now, you mentioned the Nueces River, and we just got a warning from Zavala County Sheriff's Office that I want to read you. They said it's an urgent flood warning, and they're telling all residents that live near the Nueces River, but specifically those at the Averhoff Landing and Chula Vista subdivisions. They want to let you know that they are expecting the Nueces River to crest significantly, potentially reaching levels close to the historic flood of 1996. So they want you to take immediate and appropriate precautions as they expect those river levels to rise any further. And of course, you can stick right here on KENS 5 for the very latest. Right now, though, we want to head on over to Bernie, where David Lynch has been monitoring the situation there. He's off River Road, which has been closed as a Cibolo Creek rise. David, you were saying they opened up 2 shelters already for folks there in Bernie.
Yeah, that's right, Audrey, and that's because the rain has only continued to pick up in the last hour, so just did so again in the last few moments. In fact, that's why officials continue to block off River Road and some other side roads, not only so that folks don't find themselves in dangerous situations, but also so that they don't impede with emergency operations going on. I'm going to step aside so you can see what's going on behind me. Now, 2 shelters have opened up to welcome folks who need it. Those are at the Bernie IC Central offices. Those are at 235 Johns Road, and as well as the Patrick Heath Public Library at 451 North Main Street. Now, to give you an idea of how much rain has fallen, at 8 a.m. this morning in Bernie, the water level in Cibolo Creek was at 8 feet. As of noon, Cibolo Creek water levels in Bernie recorded at 22 feet. So that's a 14-foot rise in the water levels here just in 4 hours. The sheer speed at how fast this situation has developed is why Kendall County is telling residents, urging them who live along River Road to seek higher ground when you can, so long as it is safe to do so. We've seen images of water overtaking roads, overtaking sidewalks, overtaking parking lots as well. This does continue to be a life-threatening situation, expected to continue this afternoon and possibly into the evening hours here in Boerne and in the surrounding area. We talked to someone who lives about 10 miles away on a ranch, found himself down here just before all this picked up really dangerously. He said in his 5 years living in this part of Kendall County, he has never seen rain this bad. We'll be here all afternoon and into the evening to help continue to monitor the situation, bring you the latest updates on air as well as online. In Boerne, David Lynch, KENS 5.
Stay safe out there, David. Okay, as we've been talking about that tornado that touched down near I-10 in La Cantera, knocked down trees, caused some severe damage to a number of businesses and apartment complexes there. I want to get right to Sue Kalberg, who's been there all morning and has a look at that damage.
I'm here at the Palladium at the Rim with a secret to share with you, because this is styrofoam. And now I want you to look at these big piles of debris. Does that look like big structural debris? Well, of course it does. And it is big structural debris, because everything that had been on the upper porch, which is like, what, 3 stories up there, you can see the porch, the inner ceiling of the porch is no longer there. That's because what was way up there in the sky is now down here on the sidewalk. But the good news is that nobody was hurt. The other good news is that the Santikos people were on this from the beginning. They reached out to us right away. They said they were on it. They said they would provide an update as soon as they had one to say when they would in fact be back in business here. But I can tell you that first they started out right away with employees getting the place to a point where it wasn't dangerous. Then a private contractor showed up and the real work began. And that is the scene everywhere here at the Rim. There are landscaping guys and chainsaws and blowers and mulchers and electricians and plumbers and every kind of tradesman you can imagine. So the recovery effort is well underway, and as it continues, we will stay with it and bring you the latest as we get it. At the Rim, Sue Kalberg, KENS 5.
Thanks so much, Sue. Earl Stoudemire has been in Uvalde all morning, and right now he is at Uvalde Memorial Park, where the water is quickly rising just in over the last hour. I want to get right to him to see where that river stands as of now, Earl.
Audrey, good morning to you. So we've had scattered showers here in Uvalde, but what's been constant is the river constantly rising, because in the last 2 hours, this was a dry sidewalk and the water's already at my ankles. If I just give you a reference of just pushing my foot down into the water, the water can easily flow into my boots right now. So we're going to just walk out and show you a little bit more of what we're seeing as the water slowly creeps uphill here at Uvalde Memorial Park, with the walkway completely washed over. And we're also seeing some of the damage from yesterday with how high the water got. Moving uphill, we have a Frisbee golf basket knocked out of the ground. The cement, it's up in the air. We have big chunks of debris knocked over against the railing. And then even further past the bridge on Highway 90, you can't even go over there because there's so much debris that's been clumped up in the river. It gets more narrow the further you go. So all of this being said, from last night to this morning, Uvalde County officials say that they've had to do 25 rescues from 8 p.m. last night to 9 this morning. When we got the update at 10 a.m., they also gave us the update that 9 people were getting rescued in northern Uvalde County with the heavy rainfall. So they haven't given us any new details on that rescue, but we are hopeful and excited to just see that everyone is safe in that situation. But we are not getting any more updates with all first responders working around the clock. We've even heard Texas game wardens going up and down Highway 90 with their boats ready to get out on the water. But also it just shows you how insane it is over here with the current pushing outward towards us uphill, seeing it in real time. Because at 10 a.m. when we gave an update, I was able to give you a live shot on the concrete. Now this would easily be right below my knees if I stepped right where that tree is. So for everyone, we're still in the flash flood warning until 7 p.m. here in Uvalde County. So be sure to stick with us. KENS 5, KENS5.com for weather and traffic updates. Reporting live, Earl Stedemeyer, KENS 5.
Thanks so much, Earl, for that update. The Oasis Apartments here in San Antonio off UTSA Boulevard, they had some major damage as a result of that tornado that touched down. We actually got an update from UTSA police who said they had about 12 of their students who were living there at the Oasis Apartments who have been affected as a result of that tornado touching down. Want to get to Andrew Moore for a closer look at that damage.
Hey, I'm over here by the Oasis Apartments by UTSA, and these apartments were unfortunately partially hit by a tornado. You can see part of the roof of one of the buildings was ripped off, and that means that SAWS had to come out. They had to shut down the water at the city's request, and they're cleaning up the property right now. When we were at the apartment earlier, one tenant told us that she had to get everything off of her balcony and bring it inside as that wind came in. She said there was this howling wind outside. She said she could see chairs floating through the air as those strong winds from that tornado went by, but luckily she was able to get everything off of her balcony before it caused any damage to the building. When we were on the property, you could see that many of the carports had been destroyed. There was debris everywhere, and the city is trying to pick all that back up. Now, fortunately, no one was hurt. That's the good news out here. The bad news is that the power is down, the water is going to be down. SAWS told us if part of the top of a building is taken off, that could cause problems for potential water infrastructure. So the better thing to do is to turn it off to make sure that you're not causing any additional damage. And they're waiting for the city to tell them that it's safe to turn it back on again. And when we were at that property earlier today, we did get to briefly speak to management, which said they are working to help tenants at this time, but they couldn't give us any more information on exactly what was happening at the apartment complex right now. We are going to be reaching out to the city for additional information. Near UTSA, Andrew Moore, KENS 5.
All right, right now, though, still a lot of rain across our viewing area. I want to check in with Ryan Shoptaw for the very latest.
Yeah, Audrey, so we have a lot more rain in the hill country, so it's continuing to add in, hour after hour. It's resulting in especially a lot of flooding in Bernie. I mean, in southern Kendall County, we showed that earlier in the newscast and pretty much the last couple hours where Highway 46, a lot of it is just overtaken by so much water at the surface being deposited by so many thunderstorms that have been dropping in, again, hour after hour, rain, storm after storm, and you can see what's causing it. So if you look closely, you can see some spin in the atmosphere right around here. This is north of Kerrville. It's spinning counterclockwise. It's almost like a very small hurricane where it's just driving in rain, shower, thunderstorm after another, and that's what's causing and prompting so many flood warnings, flood concerns across the entire region. I mean, yesterday was mainly focused along Highway 90, which, by the way, which we'll talk about in a second, all the flood warnings for the Nueces, the Frio, the Sabinal River between there and Hondo. But now it's shifting farther north towards the hill country, and I think by tomorrow morning early, we'll see another round of some overnight rain. It'll start to begin to shift farther west, so we'll show you future radar in a second. First, here's current radar. If you're just joining us, the flood warning continues for northwest Bexar County. I mean, there are so many different flood warnings. Bottom line, high water, street flooding in several areas between San Antonio, Hondo, Bandera, Kerrville. And we're going to watch this closely because, again, this is resulting in problems and concerns for our rivers, for our creeks. I mean, there have been so many different reports of Cibolo Creek being flooded at this very hour, and we have that weather impact alert all the way through tonight, tomorrow morning. And then weather should start to improve by Saturday and Sunday. It's just the ongoing rain, the round after round, that can cause problem after problem for all the water areas around the region. So
it's going to be a long evening, but we're here with you. We want you to stay weather aware. Be sure to download our KENS 5 app, KENS 5 Plus. We'll keep you up to date.
Was your mic on? Did you hear yourself right when you started doing the last part, your last week?